Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for tuning in to the second day of the Nexus virtual conference. Yesterday, we had speakers on space engineering, network architecture, security, IoTs, quantum computing, and okay, we had some feedback here. Yesterday. Hello, sorry about that. We had some feedback. Hopefully that's resolved now. So I'd like to welcome everyone back and thank you for tuning in to the second day of the Nexus virtual conference. Yesterday we had speakers on space engineering, network architecture. Hello, sorry about that. We had some feedback. Okay. So I'd like to welcome everyone back and thank you for tuning in to the second day of the Nexus virtual conference. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. I'm going to move computers. Today's focus will be on higher level topics with talks from Nexus developers, community developers, projects building on Nexus, some OG Bitcoiners, and some freedom speakers. So, first on, we have Amanda, our first female developer, who will be speaking on building on Nexus. I'm going to take it away.
Nexus developers, community developers, projects building on Nexus. Hey, Jules, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. I'm not sure where the feedback is coming from, so hopefully that doesn't continue. But hi, guys. I'm very excited to be here today. Welcome back to day 2 of the Nexus Spring Virtual Conference. Let me share my screen and we will go over a couple slides and then get into a demo. Now, let me see. I hope you guys are able to see my screen. It says that my screen sharing is going for the moment, but this is going to be a brief introduction of developing on Nexus with Bubble.io. So for those who don't know me, my name is Amanda. I am a dev here with Nexus. And last year I graduated with a Bachelor's of Computer Science. And shortly thereafter in June, I reached out to Nexus on Twitter and got in touch with the ambassador team and started helping out there. In that process, I was very fortunate to meet with the dev team, and in talks of getting to know each other and my experience with coding, I actually started working on some projects with Nexus, one of the dApps I will be talking about today. And then after the progress with that and some other work I had been doing, I officially became a developer in January. So some of the things I do with Nexus, like I said, I help build some of the dApps that we have. I am the primary website coder right now. I am working on 2 new sites for Nexus to hopefully be out in the future. I do some API work as well. I've been learning kind of the code, going through GitHub a lot. I hope to be working on it much more in the near future. And the other thing I do is a lot of social engagement on like Twitter. I help run the Nexus community account now. And I also track a lot of our metrics. So today I'm going to be talking about Bubble and what it is. So it is a no-code application building platform. So that way anybody in the Nexus community who's interested in building decentralized applications actually has a resource to go in and do so with the use of our Nexus plugin. So there are thousands of plugins available on Bubble, including iTunes plugins, various maps. Other large companies do have plugins as well. I think there might even be a Twitter one available, but there's lots of different things that people can use to create applications that will be available. The workflows are fairly easy to use, getting it set up to connect with various APIs and make functions work on the applications themselves. And there are plugins available to create easy API connections if you do know the API endpoint for a certain project or company, but if they don't have an application plugin available on Bubble yet. So the Nexus plugin itself, what can you do with it? It is connected to several of our API endpoints, being the systems API, the assets, the tokens, the users, and much more. So you can create, log in, and log out of sig chains and access most of the information contained on those sig chains. You can list and get system and account information such as just typical statistics on the current API and other basic information. You can create tokens and NFTs on the plugin, which is something I will be talking about as well, and creating, sending, receiving Nexus tokens and those NFTs. There's also much more that you can do, but as you can see, we published the Bubble plugin last year in July, and it is currently installed on over 375 different Bubble applications. So the first app that I built when I was working with Nexus was for Free and Equal, which is aiming to bring voting to the blockchain to help the integrity of votes and take advantage of the immutability of assets on the blockchain. So what this application did was created sig chains as needed because it For the new users who had never accessed or used Nexus before, they needed to create a signature chain to be able to cast a vote. It utilized Nexus assets, which are NFTs, to cast those votes because it created one singular asset for each individual vote. It was immutable, meaning it was unchangeable. And then how it worked was the user created that vote and then sent it to the poll's sigchain. So that way you could list all of the votes for each poll and tally the results that way. Some of the resources available for Bubble and how it works. On our website, we do have a supporting documentation guide that walks through the back end of how the Bubble plugin works and how you can set up your own private node so that way you can test on Bubble without having to worry about the use of mainnet, because it does cost Nexus to create assets and stuff like that. So we have private nodes and testnets available so that way people don't have to worry about spending Nexus to create assets, create tokens, send them back and forth and such like that. And for those who are interested in starting to develop with Bubble but haven't used it yet, Bubble itself has a lot of resources available that people can use through the Bubble Academy and Bubble forums. So what I'm going to do for the rest of my talk today is I'm actually going to do a really quick demo of how our Nexus plugin works. And I have written out a guide that is available on our website at tech.nexus.io/bubble-plugin that will walk through basically the exact thing I'm going to show today. So if anybody else is interested, they're able to go in and do it themselves. So let's jump over to Bubble. So I hope you guys can see my screen. I can't really tell if you can or not, but this is the basic interface for Bubble. So we've got multiple different tabs over here. Most of them I have already worked with because, as you can see, I already have a very simple login page set up, but I'm going to walk through the basics of how to do it. If this were a brand new application where you would see nothing here, you would go over to this plugins tab and click on add plugins to search for the Nexus plugin. I already have it in here, so we don't have to worry about doing that. Oh, my screen's frozen. But if you go back to the design page, I'm going to just show this so that way you guys can see it. It is very simple to make a small shape like this, a couple input forms, a login button, and then connect it with a workflow. Bubble itself does have an actual login sign up reusable element available. I didn't want to use that just so that way I could walk through it step by step through a demo. So the first thing that you would do is you would go over here to the Visual Elements tab and you would click on Shape. That is what's going to create this rectangle shape that we use for the background. You can say, see, it pops up this wonderful little editorial board that the shape will be on. You can change the color, you can change the type of background, stuff like that. I'm just gonna click on this little blue tab right here so that way it has a blue background. And then I'm just going to rename this to say login 2 so that way I know which one I'm working with. After you have that shape, the next thing that you are going to do is create a text field right up here at the top to write your login or title of your shape, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to say login so that way we show what it is. The style, just click on the heading and then that way it bolded it, it made it a dark blue, and we can align it here at the center. The next thing we need to do is to create 3 input fields so that way users can input their username, password, and PIN. If you scroll down over here to input forms, you can click on the input box and then click and drag to create a field. I'm going to rename this as user2 so that way I know what I'm working with. But right here in the placeholder field, you can change the value to tell the user that you want to put their username here. So you just type username and then it'll update over here. So now the user will know that this is the field they want to put their username in. I am going to simplify it a little bit and just click on copy and paste for the sake of the demo to create 2 more fields that will be used for the password and PIN. The second one here is going to be password. And something that's a great feature of Bubble is if you go to this content format tab right here and click on password, it will not show the password in plain text as you are typing it in. It's going to just show the little dots to be able to redact it, which I think is an awesome feature for Bubble. So then same thing, this one right here is going to be the PIN for the user. Username, password, PIN. Also enter it as a password content as well, so that way it doesn't show it to the user as they're typing it in. We can close those out, and then we are going to create a button, which is right back up here under visual elements. Click it, click and drag. Button 2, and then we'll just say log in here. You can also change the style of the button so that way it is darker. If you select all of the elements and click Align Horizontal Center, it aligns them within this outer backspace. So now we have a very simple element that you can use for a user to log in. If we click on this button again, you would go to this Start and Edit Workflow button. With that clicked, you will click here to add an action, scroll down to Plugins, and you will find Users Login User, which is what we're going to use here. It automatically fills in with our main net port, so this is where you're going to want to use a real SigChain login. I'm going to be using a demo, so that way it's not going to pull up any other information. But what you would do is go to the username, password, and PIN sections, click on Insert Dynamic Data, and we're going to scroll down to User 2 and select Value. So that way, whatever value that is entered into those input fields is going to be what is actually passed in to the API call. So we're getting user name, password, and PIN values. So now it's going to log it in. What we want to do is save that and somehow let the user know that it does actually log in when they're done. So if we go back to the design, we are going to click on Alert. I'm just going to make a very large one so that way we can see it. And we're going to fill in some values here. What we want to do is return something that we know has actually been saved and returned to the user from the API call. So I'm actually going to use the Genesis and the session ID from the login user's API call that gets returned back when it does successfully log in. So I'm just going to type hello Genesis, and then what we are going to want to do is click on current users. Oh, I only did session for this one. That works. Okay. Hello. So right here, it says current user session. How do we save that? So if we go to this data tab right here, you're going to see that in the field types for user, there is a session element already created. I created that field when I started working on this demo. And the way to do it is you just create a new field. You choose whatever you want to add. I'm going to say, let's save the Genesis ID. And I'm going to tell it is a text value when it is returned. So we now have a Genesis and we now have a session in the user that we can save. If you go back to the workflow, after your user's login user command, if you click here to add an action, go to data, make changes to thing, you can choose your current user, change another field, and then click on the session equal to result of step 1's body session. So the session ID that is returned from user login user is now going to be set equal to the current user session, which will then pop up here in the session ID. So now that we have saved that value, we want to actually pull it up and demonstrate it. So if you go to create another action after your make changes to user, go down to element actions, show message in the alert, we're going to select the alert that it chose. There's 2 in here because since I already created this demo, it already has an alert available. So we're going to click on the new one, say hello, your session is, and it's going to return it. I'll say 3 seconds. And it is as simple as that. So when I click on the login button, it's going to take the values, save them, pass them into the user's login users call. It's going to make changes to the current user to save the session. And then it's going to show the alert message that we just created here. I'm going to click preview, so it should hopefully pull it up. Here is the original one that I had created, and here's the one that we just made. So like I said, this is connected to the Nexus mainnet, so I am going to use a test one called bubble test. As you can see here, it does not show the password or PIN in plain text, but it is taking the values. You can see there's a PIN here and there's a password in here. So now if we click login, you see this blue bar up here as it is processing the login. It pops up and says, hello, your session is, and that is your session right there, which demonstrates that it was a successful login. It did return a session ID and you were passed it back and shown on the alert when it was all done. That is the extent of the tutorial that I created that is available on the Nexus website. So I think we've run out of time and there isn't really much time left for questions. However, if anybody does have any questions, I am able to be found on Telegram and Slack at MandaCM, and I am available on Twitter as well if anybody wants to reach out to learn more. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Okay. Next on, we have Ajion. Ajion has been in the community for about 2 years, and he's begun developing with Bubble. So here you are. Welcome, Ajion. Ajion, can you hear us? Ajion?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Brilliant, you're live. Welcome.
Good to be here. All right, everyone, how's everyone doing?
Good, thank you.
Let's see if I can share my screen real quick. Give me a moment. All right. Okay. Cool. So today I'm going to really talk quickly about a few things. I'm building Digitality rocks, and here's a little something for you. See if it's going to work. All right. Just to get the theme going. So if you can go to this webpage URL, it's available to go to. I'm giving you a moment to write it down and a moment to copy paste and see if you can get there. So I got familiar with Nexus about 2 years ago. I do crypto technical analysis. You might have seen of my work. I'm gonna just switch back and forth. This is some of the things I do. You might have seen me. And all right, I hope everyone had the chance to copy this. All right, if anything, oh, you know what I can do? If I can just do this, that would be probably better. Ha. Cool. All right, so let's see what we actually have here. This is an NFT wannabe demo MVP. That's hold on a second. Let me just load this. Wow, it's really taking. Okay. It's built in Bubble. You already saw a little bit demonstration of the Bubble, how it works. And here's the Nexus-driven NFT marketplace that's going to be probably and hopefully launching this year. So this is some of the UI expectations you may see. All of this is built in the Bubble, as you've heard. I never worked in a Bubble. I'm a front-end developer professionally. This is my project in Bubble first time. I did this in 1 month. Let's say if we can, some of the UI, let's see if you like, I like the leopard here. If you manage to go to the website, we'll take a look at that a little later. You can sign in. We just saw an example how that's done. You basically use Nexus to log in. There is a, I'll show you in a little bit. So just like the other marketplaces in NFT, you got the picture, NFT image, you got the value, you know, the owners, the descriptions and history, all of that is generated through the Nexus. And, you know, you basically interact like you would, and you can bid and ask, which is not yet implemented, but it will be because this is MVP and there are some things that still needs to be worked out on contracts and things like that. In here, you can, of course, go to your, your profile. Let me load that up. And you'll be using Bubble allows you to do lots of cool things, just like you would do if you were developing a real, let's say, React or other framework application. You know, you got all this list of your content, you buy collections that you purchase. You know, this is generated through Bubble. I'll show you later how, you know, a little bit of the inner works. But here's the cool thing. So when I started, so if I'll just quickly show you, this is you know, hidden version. So you have the signups and login. So when I initially designed this, I didn't know exactly how to do with Bubble. I actually had to, at least I thought that I need to have a password integrated into the Bubble because, you know, to change the emails and things like that, you kind of need a password in their Bubble system. But in reality, once we have a full application, none of that is not going to be there. It's going to be fully decentralized. You're going to be fully integrated with the Nexus. But, you know, ignore this message. I mean, all of this is just a test run. It's all testnet. As long as you log in, you're good to go. All right, let's go back here. And I think if you go to account, just to show you to the extent what I was able to accomplish in 1 month on Bubble. I mean, we're talking about a person who'd never done Bubble in their entire life, just had some, you know, UI experience and I know how to do a couple of things. So you have the general things. You can upload your pictures. You know, click here. You will basically upload your stuff. Change your username. Buy all those things. You got your like, so Digitality, we'll talk about that a little later. You got all your digits, you can edit, review them. There's a process of validating. So when you have admin, as you can see here on top, you got your sales, you got your accounts. And the one of the most important things that I'll show you here is that this is the Nexus profile. So this actually goes into the Nexus and checks all your assets, all your NFTs, and then displays there. So this is an actual blockchain, you know, like all your NFTs driven. So there's no SQL service pinging. There's all of that is actually interacting with the blockchain's API. And I hope you understand the value of what we're perceiving here. This is actually fully, I guess, decentralized. All the Bubble is doing for me is just basically displaying content. And I mean, look what we're storing. We're storing, you know, information. We're storing actual internet file, whatever, interplanetary file protocol system, whatever it's called. So if you let's see if I can open the image in a new tab right here. You'll see this is where it's actually been saved. So your actual NFT is tied to the decentralized file system, and that's, you know, that's exactly what you have on other marketplaces. Okay, great. Oh, I see myself. Wonderful. All right. Let's see. So that's cool. You see your Genesis code. All right. Cool. Let's see what else we can show. We got the basic admin that Bubble allows you to control. So obviously you have an admin, some sort of the marketplace in this environment. I really hope you guys are playing around the website, logging in, a lot of stuff, because this is just basic stuff, commissions. One of the things I learned when I started to really getting into NFTs, all those marketplaces, they actually have relatively high commission in some instances on the transactions. So it's a legitimate business for NFTs in marketplaces, and you can see what we have approved, right? And as admin, I'll be able to interact. And again, this is all of that in the month of development of Bubble without knowing any Bubble work, just the concept as a UI developer. Just here we go. Can decline all that stuff. So just one more final click here before we quickly talk about bigger things. So it's a little slow, hopefully, because you guys are on it and interacting with this app. So I'll keep it on for as long as I can. After the demo, so other people may be able to interact with it, get to see what's possible on a Bubble, because it is an important, useful tool to build the MVPs. So like if you click here, you get the full screen, all of that. Hope you like the interface and all that. This is one of my favorite pictures. It's pretty cool. Okay, and you can define, and then just to show you how to create, you basically put all this information, your file upload, your hash map, description, your reserves, and your PIN is to confirm, and you basically submit it. Don't have a picture here, but you get the idea. So, all right. So what is right. Go. So again, there's an article. Probably should paste that too, but let's forget it. You guys take a look at it later. There was a great article that came out for the Medium for Nexus about NFTs. Well, if we can think about NFTs, right? It's basically what about a year or 2 years ago, we had this, Internet of Things. That was the big thing. It was going to be, everything's going to be connected. It's going to be amazing, all that stuff. But NFTs basically is the new IoT of 2019, basically. But in reality, NFT is kind of also turning into ROT, which is reality of things. So because now basically NFT is digitalizing everything they can think of, from real estate to insurance. It's becoming kind of like a signature or identity of an asset. So we all actually, in reality, we're all talking NFTs, if you really think about it, because we have a certain identity that's only unique, and it's in some sort of a network, and we're basically trying to interact with it. And what Nexus is doing is really fascinating, right? Because it creates an asset. So asset is tied to account or accounts, and it's kind of has another fungibility ability that you can start creating royalties and shareables, all that stuff. You already heard some of that presentation yesterday. But another thing I want to point out is basically where all of this is going, right? How we're gonna perceive, and why I think Digitality rocks, or any other marketplaces. I'm kind of lagging actually. All right. So as you can see, there's huge marketplace. So how this all gonna go into the place in overall, over all of this context? We got huge market demand. We have incredible supply, and it's only going to expand. We have one of the few things we have happened in the last 2 months. We have Algorand, which basically had 4 million records, basically through Italian, intellectual property that registered on their asset registration, which is kind of similar to Nexus, which is a great thing because they think, great minds think alike and they have the same similarities. And then we have Super Rare, which got a $9 million offering to continue to develop the NFT marketplace. So this is a growing environment, and we are only getting started as we have digitalization of video games and reality, like I mentioned. So it's really going to go more into, it's going to spread basically, and the ability to tap into this market is where I'm building this Digitality. So right now we have MVP. That's basically built through Bubble, and it's nice visually, but it's not fully functional, right? So we really need to power it up to the next level. And right now, my steps and my basic objective is continue to work with Nexus and their team to get it to a speed where it's going to be fully decentralized, and definitely going to have all the UI and whistles that it is required for the marketplace. So this is the goal for 2021, ideally. And at that point, we're going to grow foundations slowly by step, right? And it's going to lead us to a point, ideally in 2022, 23, where we can really turn that Digitality rocks and transform it more into just NFT of digital art and into the ability to kind of like sort of like transcend it and becomes more of an entity where you can pretty much NFT anything and absolutely anything. Like we're talking about from a digital asset that's dropping in your video game that you created somehow that you can redeem into the NFT. Sort of like it becomes like a coupon, so to speak, which is it's like a randomly drop. There's lots of things to work out, but in overall where we're going is basically this is only the beginning. Unlike the ICO and IoT things, it's just is going to continue to grow, and I'm really excited about the fact that I'm part of that. I originally was an artist before I became a front-end developer and programmer and all that stuff. So I'm really passionate in the fact of continuing to work in our art industry in some way and continue to work with Nexus. The things that they're coming up is just gonna able to really revolutionize in some ways the NFT market, as I believe, as many others are doing right now. So I think good.
That's wonderful. We have a few questions from the community. The first question is this project in beta?
Well, definition of beta in my mind would be actually working prototype, right? So this would be an alpha. This is more MVP because I had to start thinking in Nexus API. How does the blockchain interact with data, and how would I would have to, like, because you have to start thinking. Once you're done with that process, then everything else is going to move forward. So this is just a preview of what's to come, right? So we're talking about I'm going to continue to work. I need to build the team of other developers to work with me a little bit on UI and the back end to create the architecture here. But yes, it's definitely going to become a thing where anyone who's on Nexus or any other medium will be able to use their API power of the blockchain to create the content they need. Just one more thing I'd like to say. Remember, all this is just an interface, right? The blockchain is the power, and UI just gives you the layer to interact with that blockchain. So the goal of Digitality Rocks is to basically create a layer for interactivity with the blockchain. Yeah, any more?
Another question is, do you need a testnet account to log in?
Yes, you do. There is a way to sign up. Just put random username. Random username, email, password, and PIN. There's no checking, so you can just log in whatever you want and start playing with it. As long as like eight characters password, I think like 4 characters PIN. I think there's some limitations. Username I think is 2 characters, but yeah, as long as it's a valid email, you can basically sign up. And if there's some problems, I can just update the. Oh yeah, so I guess what I can do, I can show you the the bubble, and you can see some of the designs and workflows that actually gets to become what we see, like some of the, let's say, login, right? Well, login you already saw, but so it takes a little time. So you can see here some of the. I see that's authentication. So right, so like it was getting used to the idea of click and drag and basically interacting here. So I can probably give you access to like here. You basically I'll update this later with some fake account that you can just log in. You don't have to sign up. Probably should have done that. But yeah. Anything else?
And the last question is, are there any limitations to what Nexus blockchain can handle with respect to how much storage is available for each SIG chain?
Yeah, so I actually already ran into it in testnet. So yeah, there's definitely limitations on bytes, and I'm going to collaborate with the Nexus team in terms of fees, because there's a price in on mainnet to create the Nexus asset. So we're going to find a good medium, so it protects from spam and gives us bandwidth in terms of size, so we can create a more coherent NFTs, basically, because there's definitely need for space. We don't want to turn Nexus into a database per se, but we want to have some sort of flexibility. Absolutely. And yeah, and it will, collaboration has to take place here.
The non-fungible tokens are known as assets on Nexus, and the maximum amount that each register or non-fungible token can hold is it 1 kilobyte, which is about 1,000 characters of text.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. So when you make a description, actually, when you create an asset, you'll be actually restricted. You won't be able to type forever. There's going to be a limit, basically, at some point. And that is again all done in Bubble, right? I don't know how much. Yeah, that's it. Right. It's all not. But if you think about it, that's a lot of text you can put in the description. And if you go to a bunch of other NFT marketplaces, there's not even lots of text to begin with. It's just basically, hey, I'm the author. Here's the text. And this is just MVP, right? There's when you go into full production mode, and that's what's going to happen. We're going to have actual, front end, not just Bubble. We're going to have metadata, which is going to be much more specific, which have a lot of references and other things. Yeah. Yes, it could be great things. And I want to point out this very critical piece of information, right? So when you push this hash map, IPFS, right, you still need to have an actual endpoint of that file living somewhere. So the way I've done it through this application, I'm using pinata.com or IO service, which converts my hash or file into their own IPFS, which is stored through this Bubble, service through the company. And so this is how you're able to have these NFTs. But if I go down for some reason and I shut down my server, all those IPFs will be gone, right? So same things will happen to everybody else's NFTs. And all of a sudden, our super rare or all those stuff, wherever they're hosting their IPFS, if they shut them down, the files will be gone. That is why whatever is Nexus is building with a decentralized file system or virtual file system is very critical for NFTs. And I'm really looking forward to how they're going to implement it and how it's going to affect the market in a new way.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Ajion. Looking
Thank you.
forward to seeing more of Digitality Rocks.
Yeah, great. Take care. Bye-bye.
So next on we have.
Okay.
Okay. So next on we have Robert. Robert found Nexus in November of last year. Has been working on a social media and video platform, which is currently in beta. And he's also been working with Bubble.
Hello. All right, thank you for that. So yeah, I'm going to go through today a little bit about what I've done over the course of the past few months. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of what I've done and how I've gotten here. Just give me 1 second to figure out how to do my screen share. This is not the normal view of Zoom. There we go. My apologies. Okay, so you should be able to see my screen now. So I want to talk a little bit about Witnessed and the social media marketplace that we are becoming. So I started this project a couple of years ago, actually, when I was listening to a talk from Jaron Lanier. I'm not sure if any of you know who he is, but he said something that really struck me. And he said that you are not the customer of social media, the advertiser is. So these social media algorithms kind of create an addiction. They like to call that addiction engagement. And by the way, they use negative reactions to kind of get a rise out of you, to kind of create that engagement. And then what they do is they sell your attention to the customer. The customer is the advertiser, it's not you. So therefore, your addiction is making them money. You're basically addicted for advertising. You're not addicted to advertising, but you're addicted for advertising. And I just noticed that you're looking at the wrong screen. So let me see if I can switch that. Oops, that's the wrong button. My apologies. All right, I'm just going to keep going. So what if you see my notes? So while social media has basically made a lot of money on your addiction, we've kind of killed the middle class, or we've at least flattened it, right? And so if you've done any work around looking at what's happened to the middle class since the 70s to today, this kind of income inequality has really started to grow. And so from that, the rich have kind of gotten richer, the poor have gotten poorer, or at least there are more of both, right? That's what this income distribution is, which has kind of helped to give rise to the gig economy, right? So Uber, Instacart, and even Airbnb. I'll just see if I can. No, I'm presenting the wrong screen. My apologies. I really want to try and switch this. Give me a second, because I'm not sure if you can see that very well. Let's try this. Hopefully this will be better for you now so you can see the full screen. Okay, so we know that we have that, and it didn't seem to work, but I'm just going to keep going. So my first thought was, instead of creating funding a social media company with your addiction, why don't we fund it through a marketplace? Kind of sort of like how Airbnb got funded. With Airbnb, you have buyers and you have sellers. So that's what we decided to try and do, to create a marketplace to bring these buyers, which are companies, and sellers, which are consumers, together. So that's what we did. We created Witnessed, which is a location-based social media network where our users get paid to post. We're actually paying people in Nexus cryptocurrency. So every time you post, you get a fraction of a coin. And then we take your videos and we curate them based on the place or the event that you witnessed it at. Companies can then find those videos and purchase them for their advertising campaigns, or for their video productions, or for their news, and you get paid for it. So we're creating a gig economy for user-generated content. Well, at the same time as I was doing this, NFTs really exploded. Mostly in the art and collectibles world, and by the way, that last presentation, I love what he's done. That's really great. I'm gonna definitely link up with you and have some conversations. But what about in business, right? So do we have any NFTs? Can they be used in businesses? We all know that they're built on the blockchain. We know that the blockchain is immutable. One thing that I love about the Nexus blockchain is how it's got the 3D chain with its quantum resistance. I think it's really future-proofed. So knowing that the blockchain and NFTs are kind of perfect for recording information on this immutable ledger, how do we use them in business? And more specifically, how can they be used in the social media network? Social media networks have their own challenges, right? There's this, from a business perspective, there's a cost challenge, right? As more advertisers join in, it's more expensive and you get less return on your investment. It's pay to play, and the pay is going to go up and up and up. Also, a result of it is you've got this amazing amount of user-generated content, but it's really hard for people to find. I mean, hashtags work to an extent, but not everybody uses hashtags. So how do companies find that content to use it? And then once they do find it, how do they clear it? If you guys are familiar with the Anheuser-Busch lawsuit, they had a contest that they ran and used somebody's image, and now they're suing them. And that lawsuit is ongoing. So, we've got an issue there. Well, that's where we came in to start to solve those problems. we solve them in a couple of ways. One, our content is curated by location. So you can go to a location and see all of the videos posted there. That makes it really easy for businesses to find. Businesses have the ability to see that, but also from just a social networking perspective, we're really the first social media network that is built on your location. So when I open up the app, what I'm looking at is content that's based off of what's around me. There's a local feed. What that means is that I get more relevant information. It's also better because I might see something that's posted at a place that I've never been to, or an event that I didn't even know was happening. So I can really start to experience what's going on in the world around me. From a business's perspective, when you record those videos and tag it to them, they get to see all of those in one single location. And then once they're there, they can utilize them and purchase them for use in their advertising campaigns or however they really see fit. And when they do that, we create an NFT out of it, and therefore they get some digital rights because we're clearing it by using these NFTs, and the person who created the video actually gets paid. So it's not just the creation of an NFT that's then really traded in the secondary market. It's the creation of an NFT for digital rights management. So what's next for what we're doing? The next couple of things I'm looking at working on are creating a pro creator community. This is in beta. We just launched it. We haven't really gotten many users yet of the social network. I'm just now focused on building that community. And in order to be able to support that community, because I really believe that the sellers come first, the first thing we're going to do is create a pro creator community. And what we're going to do there is allow pro creators to create memberships so that way they can charge for premium content. They'll basically create a membership token, they can set their rate, and then you'll have access to their premium content. Not only that, but we're going to add some features where maybe you can actually do direct communication with the creator and really make that membership beneficial to the person's creating the NFT. Then once we have that, we'll create a secondary marketplace. So imagine now that you have this person's NFT membership, you're no longer, interested in using it. So instead of just canceling your membership, with a secondary marketplace, you can turn around and sell that membership. So that's the secondary market for what we're doing with that. And I'm really excited about that piece of it, because that'll really give us the ability to build the seller side of our social network by creating this pro creator community. And then beyond that, some other features we're looking at doing is some enhancements to events. So creating an NFT ticketing system. So basically here, we have this event management piece right now, which gives you the ability to curate videos by event. But now what we're talking about doing is creating an NFT ticketing system. What's really interesting about that is, one of the things that happened when we got away from paper tickets, at least for me, I used to really love holding on to my tickets for especially some special events, like a concert that I really wanted to go to or really enjoyed, or maybe a football game that was a real good time. And there used to be a lot of artwork put into these tickets, especially for sporting events. Now I just print out a piece of paper, or not even that anymore. I just pull up my phone, they scan my phone, and I'm allowed into the event. And I don't have that collateral. So what we want to do is create an NFT system for ticketing where you can bring the artwork back into it, bring some of that collectability back into it, but still have the features of using mobile ticketing, except now because it's an NFT, you have the enhanced security measures that are innately enabled by putting it up on the blockchain. Also, I think one of the real great benefits by doing the events NFT ticketing will be, with this secondary market, the person who's holding the event, let's say it's a sporting event or a concert, they won't just make money off of the initial sale, but if there's any sales in the secondary marketplace, then you can sell your tickets and your NFT before the show, which happens anyway. But now the benefit is when that occurs, the event organizer will have the ability to receive a royalty. So let's say 10% of any secondary marketplace sales can still go back to the event creator, which I think will really give people an additional revenue stream with some additional security. And then also on the secondary marketplace, let's say I love Pink Floyd, which I do, and somebody has an NFT from a ticket, an NFT from a show that they went to back in the 70s when I wasn't going to concerts. There's now a secondary marketplace for that as a collectible item as well. So that's one of the next pieces we're going to be adding. And then obviously there's a ton of network enhancements that I want to do. I want to create a better gamification system. So right now, when you upload a video, it's just a flat rate that you're getting for that. So when you upload a video, I basically calculate a fraction of a coin to give you. And I want to be able to make that fraction increase based off of some gamification pieces. So whether that be, you know, how many likes you get versus dislikes. I've also been looking at putting together a streak bonus. So if you post a video every day, then every X number of days, the amount of that fraction gets increased. So you're actually getting more of a coin every single time. Some other gamification pieces might be around, you know, if you get other people to join the network, you might get a referral bonus paid directly through the Nexus coin as well. And then right now, what happens when you when a company purchases a video and we create that NFT, I'm creating 100 tokens. And so what happens is the initial sale, the creator gets 99, and then the person or company who purchased it gets 1. Then you have the ability to sell the additional NFTs. So if the next company comes along and buys it, then it would go, you would have 98, and then there would be 2 out there, and so forth and so on. I want to be able to add the ability for somebody to exclusively purchase it for, you know, an enhanced rate. So that's also something that we're looking at creating. So there's a couple minutes left. I wanted to give an opportunity for anybody to ask any questions. This is where we are now, and we will be, you know, continuing to expand the marketplace. I would say this is a beta at this point. We are live. I definitely believe in the getting live as fast as you can. There's definitely more feature enhancements. As a matter of fact, the community, when I launched it last week, initially said, you know, gave me some feedback around some things that weren't working very well. So I appreciate that. That's definitely what this beta is for, is to work out some of the kinks, start to add some, you know, future enhancements and get some feedback from folks. So that's where we are today. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to take them.
Thanks, Robert. The only question that's come in so far is people would like to find out more information about the project. And where could they find it?
Sure. So, I mean, you can go to Witness, that's WITNESSD.com. If you go there, it's a responsive site. So if you go there on your mobile phone, you're going to see the social network. If you go there from your laptop or from an iPad, you're going to see the back end. You could also just punch in witness.com/home. That'll take you to the first page of the back end. On there, you can learn a little bit more, mostly about the back end of it. If you go from your phone, you don't even have to log in to sign up. There's not much on there right now, just a couple of videos that I've posted, but you can go and check it out and start creating some of your own. See how the wallet works, how you get paid. More than happy. If you have any questions on that main site, there is a chat that comes directly to me. It's not a bot. Or you can also email me at explore@witness.com.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Robert.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next on we have Josh from Potcoin. Potcoin was founded in 2014. you go. Hello, Josh, can you hear me? Oh, hang on, I'll just unmute you. There you go. I think you're muted at the moment, Josh.
Great.
Brilliant. Welcome.
How you doing?
How are you?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Are we live?
Yes, we're live and kicking.
Awesome. Super excited to be here. Thank you everybody for having me. It's going to be a fantastic year. Really excited to kick this off, to be working with Nexus. This is everything that we've been waiting for 7 years now. I got chills just thinking about it. Really excited. So why don't we kick this off?
You're on. It's live. We're running.
Great.
Are you wanting to share some presentation slides?
One second here. Share screen. Sorry about that. Hold on a sec.
Brilliant. We can see your screen now. Josh, we can't hear you.
Just click on it.
There we go. Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We got it on this one. Fantastic. All right, guys. So really excited to be here. Happy to be here at the Nexus Spring Conference. Really happy to be working with Nexus. You know, after 7 years, so much has happened. There's so much history behind this project. You know, it's really something that gives me chills. I'm really stoked to be here doing this. And I think that we've got a lot of awesome stuff to share with you guys in the coming months. And let's get to this. All right, Potcoin 2021, Nexus Spring Conference, April 2021. There we go. All right, so here's our agenda. We'll talk a little bit about our history, where we've been, what we've been working on over the last 7 years, where the cannabis industry has been, how things have matched up between us and the industry. Of course, the new Potcoin mission, what we are working on now, what we are going to be bringing to the table for the industry, for the people that are running small and medium-sized businesses, and what we're going to do for our ecosystem. Yeah, so the next one would be building an ecosystem, use cases and partnerships. And the last one is the future of the cannabis industry and where we see things are going. And obviously, we've had about 7 years to really dig into this. Obviously, some of the guys in the team have been watching the industry for a lot longer than that, but Potcoin's been here for 7 years. Bit of history. Coin started in January 15th, 2014, Minder Genesis block. January 21st, 2014, we actually posted everything out for the public to see. Everybody was able to start mining at that day. And, you know, the world was a lot different for us over here at Potcoin. We have seen so much stuff happen in the crypto industry, blockchain, cannabis, over the last 7 years. I would say that really the big thing for us is that when this vision came about, you know, when Joel and Smoky Mountain had the vision of creating a coin for the cannabis industry, you got that? Okay, good. The world really just wasn't ready for it. Like, it just was not happening. People didn't understand, what is a cryptocurrency? What is, you know, what is blockchain? The average person, the average consumer going to the stores, they didn't understand why it would be better to pay with crypto instead of paying with, you know, with cash. A lot of the early vendors were excited about it. They were looking for a good solution. Obviously, as you guys know, you know, still illegal for federal banking in the United States. Potcoin was looking to solve that issue. And where that leads us is the theory that we had that cryptocurrency can solve the financial woes of the cannabis industry. Pretty straightforward. We thought that this was going to be the biggest, quickest revolution that everybody was going to want to catch on, and it was just going to be something that was magical and was going to get picked up and take off. And yes, a lot of people were excited about it. Again, the mainstream consumer was just not ready for it. I think in that light, some people who were on the tech side of things were excited, but they weren't necessarily wanting to download a desktop wallet and learn how the wallets worked. And there were a lot of new things for people to adjust to that they weren't ready for. Again, I just went over this a little bit. We were created January 15th, 2014. By 2015, we had 3 companies making exclusive Potcoin ATM machines and placing them in dispensaries in Colorado. We had a couple different dispensaries that were working with our community on this. And, you know, for us, it just really seemed like it was a fantastic solution. Again, as I said before, the consumers were not ready to pay with Potcoin, unfortunately. In 2016, we switched over from proof of work to proof of stake. And in 2019, it's probably one of the biggest events for us since our Genesis block was when we had the death of our lead developer, Snowy 13. It's really sparked a complete overhaul for the Potcoin mission. His name was Jim, and Jim's a fantastic dude, had a couple kids, and you know, was volunteering all of his time towards updating our code and getting things, you know, to where we thought that they should be in terms of what benefits we have for the industry. Unfortunately, when he passed, it really made us reevaluate the entire project and try to figure out what our next steps were. And I'm not sure, actually, probably a lot of you know, trying to find a blockchain developer that you can trust to be part of your team as a volunteer to handle the massive workload that it takes to build that out properly was a massive, massive struggle for us. We had a lot of help from a lot of great people, but those people, unfortunately, you know, they had other projects, they had other passions, they had other things going on. So it was hard to find somebody that made sense. So we had decided at this point that we had a new Potcoin mission that, you know, after many talks with Jim and the rest of the guys, you know, we realized that Potcoin was more of a movement than a blockchain. And the real reason for that is we believe in the cause overall as a whole. It would not be right for us to sit here and tell you that, you know, any project that Potcoin is working on is the best and the only one, and you shouldn't look at other stuff. We're a community-driven project. And what that means is that, you know, the community has to have its own say. The community has to have its own desires and wants, and we're here to help facilitate that. You know, we look at our project as a tool to help facilitate that. And so with so many different blockchains, we realized that there was no reason to compete with them. You know, in working together, you know, with the right partners, we can not only provide the needed solutions for the industry and actually get something solid done, which we weren't able to before because the world wasn't ready at that point. Now we were able to further the adoption of blockchain as a whole. So this brings us to our next situation where we're like, okay, we're gonna go out, we're gonna work with someone else. We need to build a new ecosystem. What are the important things for the cannabis industry? We've got cultivation, processing, analysis and research, manufacturing, distribution, delivering retail, obviously patient feedback, consumer feedback, and obviously incentives. Our plan for this was to start off by creating value. The Potcoin team and partners are focused on creating value for the consumers, the business owners, the influencers through incentivization. Okay, this to me is where it all breaks down to proof of stake, proof of work. This is what it's about, incentivization. Our formula for adoption was what we joke around, we call it SATS. Really, really straightforward. Simple, accessible, transparent, and secure. This is what we need to have something successful for the average person to get involved in crypto, and also for the business owners that don't want to take their time to learn and delve into something that's extremely complicated and new to them. We all understand that there's so much that can be done with blockchain, but for the actual people who are using the applications, SATS is what we feel is the best way to achieve adoption. We want to build out this ecosystem by intertwining micro ecosystems. Now, everybody understands we have circles. We have our circle on Twitter. We have our circle on Instagram, and they may not be the same. Well, it's the same thing with organizations and companies. And what we want to do is to take a lot of these innovative new companies that are coming out to the cannabis industry and work with them and join together our community with theirs. We are creating bridges to close the gaps between these micro ecosystems in order to expand the value propositions. So basically, in short, new hardy opportunities brings excitement, brings big interest, brings a lot of people on board. And obviously, as we're all here, we know that there's a lot of benefits to what this technology can do and what benefits it can bring to people on the consumer side as well as the commercial side. Use cases and partnerships. All right, love this slide. Really excited for this. This is everything that we've been working on for a very long time. We would like to take this time to announce that we have our reward platform going to be out this month. We're extremely excited for this. Potcoin Rewards is here, and it is our expanded ecosystem. Now, what this means to us, as I say here, rewards, rewards, rewards. Today's rewards are tomorrow's dollars. When you are paying for something and you are trading value for value, the line between what is a reward and what is a dollar, it starts to be very blurred. You know that you're trading value that you have in your hands or in your wallet, for example, and you're trading that for value in some other way, whether it's flour, medicine, however you want to look at it. The biggest problem we found with business owners accepting cryptocurrency is that they just did not have the education around it. Many cannabis business owners were afraid of tax issues. They've spent tons and tons of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, building out their grows, getting their licenses, jumping through hoops, making sure that the government is okay with everything. The last thing that they really wanted to do was to potentially jeopardize this. Now, this is going all the way back to 2015. Nowadays, obviously, we're seeing that people are a lot more lighter. People are a lot more accepting of it. There are some states that you can pay for your taxes in crypto. So there's a lot of things that are happening on this front. But from our perspective, we don't want to limit the amount of potential business that we can have for Potcoin. This is a community project, and it's supposed to be here for everyone in the community. By creating a reward platform, this way we can drive traffic to various partners through incentivization. It's very easy for someone that's got a point of sale system that's in a dispensary working. It's very easy for them to attach to a reward platform and not worry about complicated issues with their accountants on taxes and whether or not there's going to be any issues in terms of if they're accepting a straight up cryptocurrency. So by approaching it in a rewards platform, we're able to get our foot in the door before anybody else and sort of get people used to using the brand, used to being part of the community, and used to having clients come in and be incentivized to work with them. So we felt that this was absolutely wonderful first approach. And this is really going to be the start of our focus on the personal consumer level. And you'll see that as we're coming out here. All right, so in announcing that we have a rewards platform that's coming out this month, I'm very excited to let you guys know that we've just done a partnership with Buddy Jane. Buddy Jane is available on the App Store. They are a wonderful cannabis-based social app, and they've got a lot of fantastic plans that we see that their developers are building out currently. They're going to be working with Potcoin Rewards exclusively. And through our tech partnership with Buddy Jane, we're able to leverage their social ecosystem. Business owners are currently giving discounts for promotions. For example, 420, we know that there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be having promotions. Well, what are we able to offer those businesses? Well, with Buddy Jane, we're able to start driving traffic to their businesses. And instead of them just giving a straight discount, they can now accept Potcoin. So they're getting something that they weren't able to receive before. When the business owners have received the Potcoin rewards, they can then pay for things in the Buddy Jane apps, such as in-app advertising with the rewards that they've earned. So where they were just giving discounts before and saying, hey, 20% off on 420, now they're saying, well, 20% off on 420, or maybe 30% off with Potcoin rewards, depending on how they want to work it. And at that point, they're able to take Potcoin rewards and turn around and make something more profitable for their business. Not only that, by attaching a social media app to their actual business, they're able to get feedback and data like they were never able to get before, where they're able to see, oh, I spent X amount on advertising in an app. I know that I target marketed. I know that I'm putting this out to people who are in the Northern California area, in this area. By the way, just for those of you who may have questions, Buddy Jane does not take your exact location. They take a general location. And in that, we're able to take that traffic. We're able to find those people, find out what their interests are without being too invasive, and actually, say, hey, Thursday night, there's a discount going to be at this dispensary. We're giving out Potcoin rewards for this event. Here, head over to this dispensary and get your products at such and such % off. Currently, Buddy Jane has about 9,000 active users. It's only via word of mouth. They have not activated marketing, and they're only available at the App Store. But I heard a little birdie say this week that they've got some really great developments on their iOS and their desktop version, and that should be out pretty darn soon. Also, there's a lot of celebrities that are hopping on board with Buddy Jane. I know Cheech Marin from Cheech and Chong is on there. We're very excited to be getting him some Potcoin rewards. Just so you guys know as well, every single person who is in that app, all active 9,000 users, are going to be receiving some Potcoin rewards right away as soon as we go live, which is not today. It's going to be when the next release comes out of their application. So we are extremely stoked about this. We feel that this is going to be the first step towards achieving some sort of adoption. And there will also be some in-game incentivization, in-app incentivization. So people will be able to send the currency back and forth between themselves and within the app and be motivated to do that. All right, so this is just a quick process flow. I went through most of the stuff, but I'll read it quickly. Potcoin partners with Buddy Jane, and Buddy Jane is giving tokens to their accounts. This means that all you guys have to do is sign up to Buddy Jane, and as soon as you sign up, again, as soon as the app is, the full version is ready, which is going to be very soon, you're going to get free Potcoin rewards in the app. Because constituents are offered discounts at dispensaries and delivery services for using Potcoin rewards. Business owners who are given a discount now for free are now have Potcoin rewards for free. And yeah, I guess I can go over this quickly. The businesses can now pay Buddy Jane for in-app advertising and perks using Potcoin rewards. Buddy Jane can then give those coins back to new signups and influencers or businesses as rewards and incentivization. So let's say, for example, that Cheech was signing up tomorrow, and Buddy Jane decided, oh, well, we want to put some of these Potcoin rewards in Cheech's account so he could give them out to some of his followers. This is definitely something that is being decided on now as we speak, and it's something that they are building into their platform. Buddychain in the future will activate withdrawals so users can swap out Potcoin for the Potcoin that is on chain. As you know, there are some issues with the legalities for working and doing all of this on chain. So what we did is we had to sort of go around the boundaries a little bit, if you will, and create a coin that is centralized and is off chain. But I want you all to know that every single reward point is valued at 1-for-1 for the Potcoin that is on the chain. The swap module has also been built out so anyone can take a reward point and send it in and have Potcoin on the chain in their Nexus wallet. We understand that our main motivation behind this is to give new users their first crypto experience. Now, again, we got to go slowly. We got to get back to SaaS. It's got to be simple. It's got to be accessible. It's got to be transparent, and it's got to be secure. So keeping these 4 things in mind, this is how we built this out. And we know that by doing this, it makes it extremely easy, not only for the user, but also for the company to turn around and accept the reward point. As I said before, through our partnership, we can drive traffic from Buddychain and new dispensaries that are accepting Potcoin rewards. We have a few unannounced partnerships that are in the works that will allow Buddychain and the Potcoin community to help fund new cannabis ventures. I don't want to go into too much detail. I think some of you guys in the Telegram chat have heard a couple of the whispers. There are some people that we are talking to about being able to help fund new cannabis ventures through the Potcoin and Buddychain community. And it's very exciting because, as you know, finding funding in the United States and in certain areas of the world currently for the cannabis industry is next to near impossible. This formula that we're working on here can be plugged into many other online retailers and microeconomies. We've been speaking, to the guys over at strainreviews.com. We're building a wonderful, fantastic site. Jason's over there working hard. And we're discussing the possibility of adding Potcoin rewards also to their site. So people will be able to go on and leave some reviews and make some Potcoin for it. Okay, so this is the next big step for us. How do we get all this done? Nexus was our chain of choice. It was our family of choice. It was our community of choice. The reason why we wanted to go to Nexus, well, actually, if I'm really going to go into that, there's many reasons, but I'd say some of the few just to touch the tip of the iceberg today. Listen, if we don't have anything unless it's scalable, if we can't have a system that works, that is affordable, that is scalable, the bottom line is nothing else is going to work. Everything that we try to put together will absolutely fail. And we just don't want to head down one of those situations where, yeah, okay, it's going to work for now, but once you start having a massive amount of transactions, you need a core development team that can handle that and a chain that can handle that. And that's where it gets really interesting with Nexus. For us, this is one of the first things that we talked about with those guys. While scalability is the crux for most blockchains, thanks to our partnership with Nexus, Potcoin now has the ability to meet the explosive demands of the global cannabis industry on chain without the governance and security risks that only layer 2 solutions imply. Now, I know some of you guys understand what we're talking about with that. Those of you who may be a little bit less crypto educated, blockchain educated, essentially, as I said before, we need something that can push out to the community, that can really get us rocking and rolling and able to handle those transactions. We're not interested in setting ourselves up for any type of failure. And that's why Nexus was one of the reasons why they were a perfect match for us. Smart contracts, conditional smart contracts independently and immutably maintain regulatory compliance, contractual agreements, asset assurances, and the necessary criteria to provide safe and protected cannabis free from error and wrongdoing. Smart contracts, as most of you know, it is going to be a major tool for us. We absolutely need this. If we're going to do any sort of real business in the industry, this is one of the tools that just makes the difference for us. The attributes of a Potcoin contract consist of time expirations, sequential events, and similar operations requiring automation, integrity, and fraud resistance. Again, when augmented contracts are available, cannabis developers are in for a surprise, as the current Potcoin conditional smart contracts will be augmented to allow deeper access via API for a broader array of creative tools. This is something that we're going to need on many levels. Obviously, once we get into the nitty-gritty of some of the things that we're building out, which I don't want to go into today, it's going to be very clear what we're using these tools for. On the light side, again, seed to sale. This is a problem that the industry has. And yes, there are lots of people working on this. I'm extremely, extremely confident that our seed to sale system is going to be something that nobody has thought about before or worked on. We're coming at it from a completely different angle. The Potcoin S2S identifier repertoire includes advanced multi-signature hashes, watermarks, biological identifiers, and much more, eventually delivered on decentralized storage. Now, as you can see, all of this stuff has been built out by Nexus, and these are some of the tools that we really need to make the difference. Potcoin smart contracts, token, and assets are going to combine to provide a cannabis seed to sale supply chain, even with P2P functionality where it's desired. And I think that hints a little bit as to what we have planned, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. All about the dApps. Potcoin is now capable of storing cannabis DApp information on mutable and immutable registers. This provides cannabis designers and developers with the ability to use blockchain for new objectives. The flexibility of mutable registers also improves Potcoin's ability to satisfy the requirements of cross-regulatory cannabis landscapes. We are at such a strange time in history. The legalization for cannabis and the regulation has just taken painfully long for so many people that it's a real mess. It's a real ball of string. Cannabis specified DApp development is now achievable with a comprehensive set of simplified application programming interfaces, obviously APIs, including a first to market bubble.io plugin for fast tracking MVP prototypes. The partnership that Nexus has with Bubble is going to be something that we are expecting many people to build out on and to get involved with. There are solutions there that are really going to help change and push the innovation. And this is really what it's about. If this project is a community project, we expect that as we start getting out into the industry, people who have been in the industry are going to have fantastic ideas, and we needed an environment that could support that build. We need an environment that could take that innovation, and people can come to us and say, "Oh, we've got this idea for an innovation, and for an app or something that an MVP that we want to build out." And again, this is a perfect place for us to be. We really feel that the innovation in the cannabis industry is going to be starting this year, and there's a lot of fantastic projects that are coming up. A lot of people have reached out to us. Anyway, I'm getting a little too ahead of myself because I'm excited, but I can't help that. The new Potcoin network offers unparalleled extensibility with unique modular capabilities, including desktop and mobile frameworks, enabling novel peer-to-peer decentralized applications to be developed expeditiously. As you guys all know, Nexus has been working really hard. These are tools that we need in order to have the start of our new year, and we're really excited that this is gonna be the foundation blocks that we're putting into building out this ecosystem. NFTs, obviously, right now NFTs are so hot. Everybody's excited about them. With non-fungible tokens, Fever, it's at an all-time high. We're able to exploit this elevation on a wide variety of digital and physical cannabis-related assets, including quality assurances. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with this as well, but we're going to have news extremely soon about some really interesting stuff using commercial use cases for NFTs. So we have some really exciting stuff in the NFT space that's going to be coming out. And to balance that off, we have some really fun projects in the NFT space that I think are going to get a lot of people excited about what we're doing. And we really want to use these fun projects as an open door, as opening a door so that people can understand more about what we're building out and what we're trying to build out. Always searching for that balance, trying to keep the tech development and the fun always balanced and catching up with each other. All right, future of the cannabis industry. Now, this is where we're at now. Cannabis market statistics. 17 US states have legalized recreational cannabis. 36 states have approved it for medical use. 68% of Americans favor legalizing the recreational marijuana industry. I could go on with these stats. They're really, I expected more 10 years ago because I expected it to be quicker. But I am so happy that we are at a place where we are today, where these are the stats. With the growth rate, as it's coming. And again, we are at a certain merging of industries here where we have approximately 10% of Americans currently owning cryptocurrencies. I wish I could have told you that years ago. I wish, when in 2014 that was the situation. It was not. We are there now. So let's get this started. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is it. The world is catching on. This was in Vegas, in the paper, Vegas Inc. Business. Can cryptocurrency solve cannabis's financial needs? As these years go on, we see much more interest in this. And we really feel that there are not many people out there that have a solid tech solution for this. And we're here to build this out with Nexus as our tech partners. The Potcoin, the next generation cannabis ecosystem, now has the tools to improve consumer advocacy, public safety, and generate economic value through alternative finance, social equity, small business, and support community participation. This is so important to us. Everything starts with the individual. Everything starts with the community. And this is going to be an awesome year. Just want to say thank you to everyone. I think my time is just about up here. I wish I could spend another 4 hours talking with all you. Real big thank you to the Nexus and the Nexus community. Colin, Jules, everybody over at Nexus has been so awesome to us. We're really looking forward to digging in and getting this party started, and looking forward to onboarding a ton of partners that are ready to do this. So have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone, and I will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. We have a couple of questions from the community if you would like to ask them. The first one is, do you see if there's a need for a stable coin on Potcoin?
Absolutely. It's a very good question. So this is something that we have been talking about for years. Volatility was the second factor. It was the biggest challenge, back when dispensaries were really pushing into to accept crypto. And, back in the early days, people didn't really understand, volatility. We didn't understand volatility. There hadn't been a bull run like there was. So looking back at things, I definitely say that some sort of stable coin is necessary for that. Absolutely. Is there another question?
There's one more. I think the question is, would you be open to sharing some of the supply chain technology ideas that you have, or once they're built, with other partners, organic farmers, those kind of people in the cannabis ecosystem?
I have a lot of this. This has been, it's something that hits home with me. And I can't go too much into detail for the partnerships and stuff that we have coming up, but I promise you that we've got some real heavy hitters who have been in the industry for a very long time, who are working closely with us on solutions on it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm not going to go there yet. On solutions that are going to help for the seed to sale system. I wish that I could tell you more, but until all of the pieces are in place, it's something that we want to keep to ourselves, because it's not just us involved. There's other people who have a lot a lot at stake with this, and they're putting a lot of time and energy into it. And for us to run out and talk about it would be doing them a bit of an injustice, even though I'm excited for it. So seed to sale stuff is going to be coming. It's going to be coming up soon. It's going to be released in multiple steps. And I think that as soon as we go through with our first partnership publicly, I think that you guys are going to understand exactly where we want to take this and why we've chosen that direction. And I promise you it's in left field.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Josh. Thank you so much. Great.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
See you then. Bye.
Okay, next on we have Kendal. Kendal has been developing with Nexus since 2018. Are you there, Kendal? Welcome. I think we can hear you but can't see you.
Okay, give me a second. Damn it. Sorry, hold on. Hide that.
Brilliant. We can see your screen now.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Let me know when, or if I'm live yet.
Yep, you're live. We're live.
On YouTube?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Well, hello everyone. I'm obviously Kendal, and I will be going over the Nexus mobile wallet today. I'm just gonna talk a little bit about you know, what the mobile wallet is, why it's different, and then we'll go through a little bit of some demos. Let me just enlarge this here. All right. So first of all, how is the Nexus mobile wallet different than other mobile wallets that you see on the Google Play and Apple App Store? Well, first and foremost, the mobile wallet runs the full Nexus core. And this Nexus core is running in light mode. And I'll just give you a brief overview of what light mode is. So light mode is, I don't want to say read only, but it basically takes in just the block headers of every block. So it'll, get the block height, next block figure hop, stuff like that. But it's not going to get the entire block. And what that allows us to do is your wallet will download all the headers. When you log in, it will download just your SIG chain. So you download just yourself and no one else. That keeps the overhead really, really light. Obviously because it's called light mode. But the whole download size, I'm pretty sure it's under 400 megabytes. So we're able to sync up on mobile really quickly. Some people, depending on your connection, obviously, but some people can sync from scratch, brand new installation of the wallet from about, maybe 3 minutes to 6 minutes. We say probably 10 minutes to let it sync fully to completion. But again, this is really fast and obviously a lot quicker than the desktop wallet. But that comes with some drawbacks. So because you're only downloading yourself and just the block headers, you can't stake and you can't really get information from other people. So if you want to basically if you have on the desktop, when you do searches and stuff like that, you are searching within the own chain that you have downloaded. For light mode, when you're doing some of these requests of, hey, I want to send to this address or whatever, you are then interfacing with a full node that's running somewhere else. And speaking of, nodes running somewhere else, the big thing, the big thing that we are doing that's different than any other mobile wallet is that we are running the core on your phone. We are not interacting with any sort of central authority, central server, anything like that to get this kind of information. So, a lot of other mobile wallets that you see out there, and I did a lot of research and poked around on a bunch of other people's wallets, is they have a node running somewhere and you are just using API calls to interface with that node. So you are not actually in control of your node, your keys or your username, because all you're doing is interfacing with something else. With Nexus mobile wallet, all that is done on your phone, and your phone then connects to other people, and you get that, and then you can sync and get that information. So you can think of it like, you have a circle, and the circle of connections. Each of those connections are branched off into light mode or light nodes, and those light nodes are your phone. So this is very awesome technology. We have, as many of you know, and I want to say we have about 500 users testing the mobile wallet right now on both iOS and Android, which is fantastic. Obviously there's a lot of things, bug reports coming in and feedback coming in, but that's all good. This is some brand new stuff that, really has not really been done before. And we're really excited that we are able to not only get this working, but engineer the core so that it can run on these phones. Because Apple and whatever talk a lot of smack about their chips or whatever, but the motherboard that's in this iPhone right here is tiny. It's probably smaller than a credit card. So they can do a lot, but they're not a computer. So the fact that we were able to get our software as light, as resource, not intensive, and get it to run and sync and perform fairly decently, we're really happy about. And I know everyone is going to really appreciate all our hard work. And, we are very hopeful that we can get this out of beta relatively soon. I know everyone is sick and tired of hearing the soon thing, but, one of the reasons why it's taking so long is because this light mode is brand new. We're going to have to upgrade a lot of nodes and whatnot. So we're trying to really test this out. And that way there's no issues. I don't know if you guys have paid attention, but come next week, it will be 1 year from the last time we've updated the desktop wallet. And obviously that is not necessarily something to celebrate in and of itself, because we want to continuously improve the wallet, continuously improve Nexus, and continuously improve this user experience. But it also really shows that how stable our software is. Well, we were able to last an entire year with very, very minor issues that have come up. So we've spent a while. I know everyone is sick and tired of, hearing the word soon, but this is what it pays off to, is that we have software that's stable, secure, and really, people can really be, people can really feel safe with our software. So that's why we take a long time, but it's worth it. So I appreciate everyone's patience on waiting for this stuff. But it's definitely going to be it's going to be pretty good. All right. So now that the mobile, this is kind of explainer what the mobile wallet is. I can start going through it and do some of these demos that I wanted to show. So first off, we're just going to do some simple transactions. And like I said, the mobile wallet is available now on in the Google Play. You can just search it up. But for Apple, it's what's called Test Flight, which there's a link in our Slack as well as our website about how to join that. But I just have so I'm running a local test net right now. So if things are not, super snappy, that's why I got a couple of machines here at my house, mining and stuff like that. So hopefully it's not too slow, but if I have to take a long pause, that's why. But anyway, so I have two instances right here. This is obviously the simulator. This is running the light node, the light version of the wallet, and this is just our currently our desktop wallet. So we have here, this is going to be your home screen when you log in. You have your balance here. You click it here. It'll give you some of this more detailed information. We have some different, fiat/crypto exchange data right here. So you can get some rough estimate of how much your balance is. If you're interested in that. But you have your accounts here for new accounts, because we have, you don't have any trust. That trust account is hidden, but that'll show up if you have coins in your trust account. But you can go here, because your account information, you have obviously your account name, created token, available balance, copy, the address here, which is cool. When you receive, you can get the QR code. So the QR codes will be very, we're really trying to use a lot of them because it's just so easy on the phone. Both Android and iOS have, obviously really good cameras that have built-in QR code readers. And also the wallet will also, if you want to send it, you can use this button right here to open up the QR reader, and then you can just scan whatever. I'm not going to do that because I'm on the simulator and it doesn't work because there's no camera. But yeah, so we can just do here. Just send some coins over here to the this guy over here. Awesome. And then our transaction is sent. It should pop up here. Like I said, hopefully not too long here. And we have notifications here. So whenever you receive or send Nexus, you will receive a notification. Let's see. Well, I'm sure it'll show up as, oh, there we go. You can see here, 510. We got 10 Nexus of unconfirmed balance, and it should show up on our transaction list probably as soon as it gets put onto a block, but it has, it's unconfirmed, so it's just waiting for that block to get mined. Oh, yep, and there we go. So 10 Nexus have been sent. And then we can just send it back if we want to. Default, John Doe, default. You can send, let's just send 15 back. And this transaction is sent, and we should see this show up on our phone in a short while. Yep, and there it is. So I've just demonstrated how, you know, you can, I mean, obviously you can send Nexus to and from your phone to your desktop. You can send, you know, phone to phone, desktop to desktop, obviously, but you can see how, you know, it's really, really straightforward. I mean, it feels just like you would, you know, a banking app or something like that. And we're really, really happy the way that this has come out, and just the ease of doing transactions and stuff like that that's available for the light mode. So let's just continue. I'm gonna see what's the time. I'm gonna actually move to tokenization first because I think that's the big one. I mean, they're all pretty big: point of sale, tokenization, royalties. But I think I'm going to start with tokenization first, just in case I run a little bit over. I think this is one that's going to be really big, just because, you know, it's the really hot button topic right now. Everyone's going crazy, and you know it as NFTs. So NFTs are just another way of to say a tokenized asset. So we can just go here. So I have a demo, and what this will do, and we'll just go here, generate, is we have generated a randomly generated landscape image. So this is a SVG, or this is a randomly generated seed that is pushed to this piece of code that generates this landscape. And this is similar to, what were they called? CryptoKitties? Yeah, CryptoKitties. So this is kind of the way that they did it is you don't have that much space, right, for your assets. And, you know, to be a good Nexus citizen and not to spend a lot for Nexus fees and stuff like that, is you want to keep your asset data relatively small. So what this will do, and this, again, this is just a demo, but the idea here is that for things similar to CryptoKitties, where it's uniquely generated items, what you do is you save the seed as an asset, and you use that seed to set the random number generator. And then that random number generator then generates whatever you want. So we can generate this here. It's this is really cool. I don't remember exactly who made this algorithm, but it's on the GitHub, on my demo GitHub, if you are interested in learning more about this generation. But let's see, let's try to get one. Oh, that was kind of a good one. Let's try. There we go. I want to get a blue one, blue Nexus. But anyway, so what we have here is, so we have our image and we are going to tokenize it. In this demo, we will generate this asset and then tokenize it. But obviously you can create an asset without tokenizing it. But if you want to tokenize, you have to tokenize an asset, right? So let's just put 100 tokens here. So this, we'll just, just to make it simple, we'll act as these tokens as like 100 like percentiles. So we'll have 100 tokens, that's 100%. Now we can then divvy up this ownership to other people, but we'll just go ahead and say we'll have 60% ownership, and we'll just do Nexus demo art, and this is account name for this, so this will just do Nexus demo art, or let's see, Nexus demo art ownership. Just give me one moment here. Generate. Right. Oops. So we are going to have this ownership right here, and we are going to process and generate that. And this is going to create this asset and then tokenize it. So this asset has been generated, it's been tokenized, and now want these notifications. Whoop. Oh, that's right. It hasn't been confirmed. But we have this now a new account here, NDA ownership, and did that not work? Oh, we're doing a live demo here, so things might not. Oh, no, okay, here we go. All right, so pending balance. So now we have, so we're getting 60% of this ownership, right? It's currently unconfirmed. Like I said, it takes a while for this because it's on a test net. There we go. All right, so now we have this this asset right here, and it says we have 100% ownership, but that's a little misleading because this takes into account ownership for an asset, takes into account both how many tokens you have in a account that you own, as well as how many unclaimed tokens there are in a asset that you also own. So, but we have 60 tokens here, and what we can do is here, we can look up this token right here. This is John Doe, and this is the Nexus demo art token. Or is it tokens? There we go. So now we have this token right here. We can create another account with this token. So this is now user one's NDA ownership. So we now made this account. So this is, we now have the same token as this, and then what we can do is we can now, not that. Oh yeah, we can, that is what I'm. Yes. So now we can transfer some of this ownership. So we can transfer half of our ownership. So that's user one's NDA ownership. And then we can send them 30 of these tokens. So we now just sent these tokens over here, and very soon it will come up, and there we go, Nexus demo art. Here's the seed to generate that. It's gonna learn. Once this confirms, when we go over here, it will show that we own some of this asset here. Come on, so it's test net, so it's a little slow. There we go. All right, so now we have 30 tokens of this, and we go here, and now we own 30% of this asset. So that is this. This is how you tokenize this, and then if you wanted to, let's see. You know what? I don't know if we don't have time to go through all this, but what we can do is in this tokenize, we can get these. And so obviously now we can see this ownership, we only have 70%. So we have the 30% that's in our account, as well as the unused, the unused balance that is on this token. So looks like I'm running a little bit out of time, but I hope they don't mind. I'll just do a couple quick things. I wanted to show that we can do so in accordance to this tokenized thing. You can also do royalties, and I had, I wish I had a little bit more time, but what we can do.
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay, thank you. So what we can do is, so this demo, we are going to do a movie kind of purchase. So think of this as like you were at an iTunes store or whatever, and you purchased this. So what we're going to do is we are going to create a new, what did I have? Oops. It's going to be, sorry, some of these things I have hard set in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a new asset called comedy movie. Oops. We'll just put some stuff in here. Door. I can't spell. That's fine. and we'll just say Jane Doe. And so we'll just create this asset here. So we've created this asset. And now what we can do is we can tokenize this. Oh, that's right. I have to do this first. Create a new token. We'll do token. We'll do comedy movie ownership. Do 100. And we'll just do 0. We don't need any decimals. My comedy ownership. All right, so now we can tokenize this. Use this comedy movie ownership. Tokenized. All right, so now what we can do is go here. We can take this and transfer 50% ownership. So now we have that. And we can, what we can do now is the same thing with this art token, is we can go to accounts, we can create a new account. We can look up this token. So it's going to be user, oops. Oh, that's right, this is a bug. User 1, comedy movie ownership. Ownership, my comedy. Get this account. And now we can do the same thing. Take some of this and we'll do John Doe, my comedy movie. And we'll just do 10%. Or actually, let's do 15%. So we should get that pretty soon. And what this is going to show as soon as this is as soon as this gets confirmed is when we, all right, cool. So we just got it. We just got this new token. When we get, we go back here to this royalties demo. So we're just, again, this is just a demo, humor me, make pretend. We are in the iTunes store and you see this movie and you want to purchase this movie. So what we're going to do is we're going to just buy this movie. Now, in this crazy world, you own part of this movie. Now, why the studio wouldn't just give you free access to this movie, I don't know. But, that's just how it is, just for the demo. So we own 15% of this movie. And this guy over here, user 1, owns 70%. But for the sake of this demo, let's just pretend that he only owns 50%. So what's going to happen here is we are going to purchase this movie. And when that happens, we are sending Nexus. So we are sending the cost of this movie. So 10 Nexus. We are sending this directly to the asset that's right here, this comedy movie. We are sending Nexus to here. And what's going to happen is on the back end, so on Nexus core, it is going to receive that. And it's going to then divvy up the royalties of that for who owns it as Nexus payments. So we just got 5% for 5 Nexus because we own 50% of the tokens. So we own 50% of the tokens, and we now get five back. And we should be getting 1.5 tokens on here, hopefully pretty soon. And Jules, just let me know whenever you are ready to proceed to the next presenter. I can just ramble on forever. So
we don't have any questions. Did you have anything else you wanted to demo? With the point of sale, did you want to show that?
Yeah, I have point of sale, but I do.
We can also wrap up here if you.
No, I can just do point of sale for a little bit. So it looks like my network is kind of, my testnet is kind of chewed up a little bit, but this works for light mode and desktop. Is you have an asset, you can tokenize this asset, you can then divvy up ownership to different users or whatever, and then what other people can do is they will send money to that asset. So the idea is we can have some sort of conditional contract that if you send Nexus to this address, you can then get ownership of, let's say, something else, or you get a special link to something, or whatever. Like in this demo was, after it gets confirmed, you now get access to this movie and you can watch it or whatever. So that is what this how royalties work. And again, this is all built into Nexus using our Nexus API. And you can, basically do this. I think right now, actually, I think all these API methods are in the previous version. So this is how this looks, and it's going to be really awesome when people start using it. So we'll just go over the point of sale real quickly. I want to say I might have had an issue right before I started recording on this, so we'll see how this goes. But the idea of this point of sale demo is you have, and this would work. This would have worked a lot better if we were in person, because it kind of requires 2 phones, but we'll see. The idea is a lot of places will have those square point of sale machines. Those point of sale machines are basically just iPads with custom software on it that pipes into Square's API. For Nexus, what we can do is we can have similar concepts, and we can have a seller mode right here, and we can set up some sort of invoice here. We're going to have items, I don't know, apples, whatever, units, I don't know, 13, whatever. But we can set up some sort of invoice. So this will all be handled by, some other point of sale software. And it'll give it, maybe it'll send in a JSON package or whatever. We can proceed, and then and then how this works is, or how we envision that this works is, you then proceed to scan this person's QR. So what's going to happen is you generate pretty much everything except for the seller as an invoice, and then you basically the buyer would show your phone to the camera of the seller's phone or iPad or whatever, and what that'll do is that'll hook on to that the address that is shown, and then once that happens, it will automatically send an invoice. And then what we can do is, so in this mode here, it will if you scan this, it will automatically just pay that invoice. So the invoice is paid, and then we can go here, or excuse me, you do have to click on it. I forgot about that. But again, this is just a demo, so we can make it however people want it to. But we have here, all right, so Bob's Burgers is requesting payment. And you know that, and we know that because when we scan this, the phone will listen to an incoming transaction. So once this happens, or so once the seller sends that transaction, then the buyer will get a notification that invoice has been sent to them. So it's just like over here on the invoice system, that if you send an invoice, you can then to someone, it'll pop up here and you click on it and you say pay now. So it's basically the same concept, but you don't have to really do anything because we want to be very quick. You know, if you tap your credit card on a machine or you swipe it or whatever, we want this process to happen less than 30 seconds. And with Nexus, that is very, very possible. Now, obviously not on my testnet because I only have 2 nodes, but in a full node scenario where you have 16 plus connections to the outside world on your phone, this will happen, you know, almost instantly. And we don't, and also what is nice is we don't actually have to have, it doesn't have to be necessarily 100% confirmed because the way the blocks are set up is we can almost guarantee a correct block even before one confirmation. So as soon as you get that notification using our notification system, it'll pop up here and you can just hit pay now and you've purchased complete. So that's how the process of a point of sale system would go. I will finish up a little bit. I will clean up some of this and publish it on my GitHub. And maybe we might integrate some sort of demo mode into our main wallet. But for now, if you want to try out some of this demo, you'll have to build it yourself. But I'll have all this demo code will be on my GitHub. So if you guys want to try it out, feel free, and I will let you guys know when I finish up and clean up some of these demos to make sure they're a little bit more user friendly. But that is the Nexus mobile wallet and some demos of how you can utilize the mobile wallet and desktop wallet in the same environment, and how you can use your mobile wallet just like a payment system for anything in the outside world, like a Apple, what is it called? Apple Wallet or Google Wallet or whatever it's called, Android wallet, where you can use that to pay for things. So if there's not any more questions from Jules, then I will
ask some questions, but I think what we will do is possibly next week do another demo and I'll ask you the questions then.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry for the next speaker that I went over, but thank you everyone, and let me know if you have any questions privately too. But thank you everyone.
Thanks so much, Kendal.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so next on we have Peter. And Peter is a professor from ASU. He runs the Neurtex Brain Institute, studying the brain on the single neuron level, and is also an avid Bitcoin trader. Are you there, Peter? I'm sorry for the wait. Oh,
Hello.
oh, we can hear you and see you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good.
Can I introduce him again? Okay, so Peter is a professor from ASU who runs the Neurtex Brain Institute. He's studying the brain on the single neuron level and is also an avid Bitcoin trader. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. So just let me know if you'd like me to start the presentation.
Yeah, we're live.
Okay. I will begin here, and I guess I will share my screen is probably the best way to do this. So let me see. Here we go. And play that. Okay, so I'm assuming you can see the title slide.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so one of the issues I wanted to talk about today, having dealt with some of this, is whether buying and selling a Bitcoin for cash is legal or illegal in the United States. And so, you know, what do people really need? Step back and think a little bit about what people really need in terms of a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or you know, another currency like Nexus. What we really need, right, is something to facilitate our trades and allow a broader exchange of goods than can be met by barter. Because of course, when you're doing barter, you need to actually find somebody who has what you want and they're willing to take what you have, right? And so the purpose of a currency is really to intermediate between these two and allow a stored value. So that's really fundamentally the purpose. And after barter, right, one of the earliest things people used to do this was gold, which was very useful because of the existence of touchstones. In other words, it was discovered that there are these kind of stones where you can rub the gold, the putative gold, against it if you're going to accept the gold for something of value, and sort of see whether or not it actually is gold and relatively pure gold. And so that made gold very useful as a medium of exchange. And of course, that changed over the years, right? And one of the early roles of government in facilitating exchange was basically certifying the purity of these substances like gold, right? And so these are pictures of Roman coins, which were circulated very broadly in the ancient world. And people relied upon the fact that, look, if that's imprinted in a way that corresponds to a Roman coin, then you know, this is probably actually the gold and in the amount that was intended. Now, of course, you know, the government being a monopoly, this eventually gets corrupted, right? And in almost every single case in history where the government has gone to paper money, the government is just unable to avoid the tendency to want to inflate that paper money. And in fact, we're seeing that now with the US government, right? The Federal Reserve, which I guess 25% of the dollars presently in circulation were actually minted in the last year in 2020 because of all of their stimulus spending. So Bitcoin was designed really to provide something as an alternative to that, right? As a distributed ledger of value. Essentially, all people really need is the ability to keep track of who owes what to whom, right? That's in a secure manner. And Bitcoin was really designed to be a way of doing this that was beyond the control of government. And I just want to note here that, you know, I say Bitcoin, but really I mean all cryptocurrencies, including Nexus and any of those that are, you know, have a distributed ledger. But I'll just say Bitcoin for convenience during the course of this presentation. So, you know, the original vision of Satoshi really was that Bitcoin would be used to buy and sell goods and services, right? And that everybody would run this, this program on their computer at home and have a copy of their ledger and would use it to keep track of their trades. And actually the first pizza trade, right, which is sort of a famous one in the Bitcoin community on May 22nd, 2010, was not really of this form, right? It was really somebody arranging to use a regular credit card to purchase pizzas that were then sent to someone, and that person then sent Bitcoin to them in exchange. The first place where you could really buy something concrete directly for Bitcoin was for alpaca socks. And in fact, this was mentioned in Slashdot that Grass Hill Alpacas was a company that made alpaca socks and had alpacas, and this family decided that they would make their socks available for Bitcoin back in 2011. And it gave rise to this very funny phrase, right, that Bitcoin users initially might have been described as alpaca sock wearing crypto terrorists. But in the interim, when you can't buy everything you need for Bitcoin, right, there's a need to basically get in and out of the legacy financial system. And early on, very few businesses taking crypto. So you needed to exchange currency like USD for other cryptos, right? And so this gave rise to the exchanges that could go between Bitcoin and a regular bank and regular dollars. Now, if you think about it, of course, the government is going to want to control this process, right? Because if this really works, let's think about the kind of power that the government will lose if people could suddenly just trade entirely using Bitcoin and never go through the Federal Reserve. first of all, they wouldn't have the power to inflate, right? They couldn't just automatically turn around and try to print a bunch of money. And in fact, we're in some sense already seeing that in one sense, you can look at the increasing value of cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin as sort of an inverse graph of the value of the US dollar. And so they lose, in a sense, the power to inflate. It also considerably weakens their power to tax, because if you can use anonymous cryptocurrencies and so on and make your transactions anonymously, it becomes much more difficult for the government to track, oh, you got this kind of income last year, and therefore, you owe us this amount. The other thing is it makes money laundering easier. And by money laundering, of course, we mean these laws that were put in place, right, to prevent the use of money that arose from other crimes. Now, why did the government do this? Well, this is money laundering is a relatively recent crime, in a sense, in the latter part of the 20th century. And it's because, of course, they tried to prohibit other things like drugs and so on, and were very unsuccessful in that, right? Their drug war has been really a complete failure. And so they thought, well, if we can't actually win at that, we'll expand it, right? And we'll try to make it illegal to use the money that comes from these things that we don't like, instead of being able to enforce the actual crime. But also, again, if you can use an anonymous cryptocurrency, and certainly early on, I think nowadays the vast majority of use of cryptocurrencies is for legal purposes, in excess of 95%, I think. But early on, probably a lot of things had involved some degree of money laundering, or was used by people who are otherwise engaged in these what the government calls illegal activities. Now, I want to, as I start talking about these legal things, note that I'm not a lawyer, right? I'm a neuroscientist, but having lived through some of this, I had to learn an awful lot about it, so I can talk to people from my knowledge base. So, but exchanges then, if you're going to have these businesses that are exchanges, they can be the legal choke point, okay, between how cryptocurrencies are used. And any business is obviously easier to control than individual, right? Because the business has property, it's in a centralized place usually, and it's much easier then to sort of use that as a choke point. And we see that also, right, amidst the pandemic now. We see that with, if you want to have a mask mandate, well, it's pretty pointless to tell people they have to wear masks, but you can tell businesses, if you don't require people to wear masks, we're going to come and do something to your business. And of course, they already have these money transmission laws that they can then try to apply to exchange. So in order to think about what constitutes a money transmission and whether it might fall under money transmission laws, and whether the government can use that as a choke point, what about a normal cash sale? Like, say you sell your old laundry machine for cash, right? Some guy comes by and he says, okay, yeah, I want that washing machine. I'll give you $50, and he gives you $50 in cash. Normally, we think of that as a two-person normal cash sale. But what about if you're selling Bitcoin for cash, right? Okay, so now you've got this property, the Bitcoin, okay, and you're selling it to somebody for cash. How is that different from, say, selling your old laundry machine for cash? And is that a form of money transmission to make that kind of sale? Now, if you ask most people, they will tell you, no, that's just selling Bitcoin for cash. Is just selling a piece of property that you own for cash. Okay, it's not something that's money transmission. But this obviously creates a huge problem with trying to control exchanges, right? If exchanges are simply involved in buying and selling some property, namely, some cryptocurrency for cash, how do you control them then under the money transmission laws? You're going to have to somehow either call that money transmission, define it as money transmission, or define a new law. And it's important to realize in trying to resolve this ambiguity that there's a sense in which Bitcoin was actually designed to create precisely this issue, okay? It blurs the line between a currency, a commodity, and some tangible piece of property. And so government agencies, in a sense, still haven't really figured that out. In fact, in the US, we have 3 government agencies, right? The Securities and Exchange Commission, tax people, and commodities regulators, all of whom are sort of fighting over whose turf is this. Okay, what really is this thing, a cryptocurrency? So how does the federal government try to control these cash sales? Well, first, in order to think about this, let's look at this little diagram, right? What really happens in a cash sale for Bitcoin, concretely speaking, in terms of physical reality, right? You've got the buyer here on the left, and you've got the seller here on the right, okay? And basically, the buyer is going to give some cash, these US dollars, okay, over to this seller. okay, on the right. And in return, what does the seller do? The seller actually communicates to the buyer a signed transaction, which they can then essentially redeem on the blockchain, right? Or to other people. Now, the normal way this is done is with a cryptocurrency wallet program or something, but in fact, you could actually give somebody written down on a piece of paper the hex codes for a signed transaction and exchange that for cash if you wanted to. So it does not necessarily have to involve the use of the internet or these wallet programs. And so that's really the thing of value that's being communicated for the cash is the signed transaction. So how does this fit into existing money laundering laws, federal money laundering law, or federal money transmission laws? Well, the primary statute is 18 U.S.C. 1960, and it says the following: that it talks about money transmission and that you can't run an unlicensed money transmitter business. And it says the term unlicensed money transmitting business means a money transmitting business which affects interstate or foreign commerce in any manner or degree. And then it gives 3 different clauses. Well, if you're supposed to be, A says if you're supposed to be licensed by the state to be a money transmitter, then that's also a federal crime if you didn't do it. And then there's C, which says if you are involved, if you are transmitting funds that are known to have been derived from a criminal offense or intended to be used to promote or support an unlawful activity. So in other words, if it's money laundering, not only is it the crime of money laundering, which is a separate statute, it's also a crime under 18 U.S.C. 1960. But B says fails to comply with money transmitting business registration requirements. And then down at 2, it says the term money transmitting means transferring funds on behalf of the public by any and all means, including but not limited to transfers within this country by wire, check, draft, facsimile, or courier. Notice it doesn't say by giving somebody a signed cryptocurrency transaction. It doesn't say that there. Okay, and so in some sense, this does not really directly apply. Okay, read literally. Okay, so the important question is: does that prong B, the requirement to be registered as a money transmitting business, apply to a cryptocurrency for cash transaction? And if you ask most people, they'll say no. The statute here doesn't say providing a piece of paper with a signed transaction on it, right? It says a wire or a draft or something like that. Okay, I don't know. Maybe you could argue it's sort of like a check. Okay, but most people think of this as more like selling your washer for cash. Okay, and the legislature, actually, the federal legislature has several times has revised this law since 2009, since the advent of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, and they have actually. You can look back at their discussions in the course of the legislation. And they have explicitly refused to clarify or modify this to state that it includes a cryptocurrency transaction, which suggests that the legislative intent is not to cover cryptocurrencies as a form of money transmission. However, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, run by the federal government, has been asked now about this and how it applies. And people began asking them pretty early on, actually, about the legality of Bitcoin transactions. And in 2014, so they issue guidances when they are asked questions. And in 2014, they actually issued this particular guidance known as FIN 2014 R002, which entailed a business that was going to operate a website. And on the website, they would in fact buy and sell cryptocurrencies from their users. And this guidance said explicitly, quote, to the extent the company purchases and sells convertible virtual currency, paying the equivalent value in legal tender, all exclusively as investments for its own account, it is not engaged in the business of exchanging convertible currency to other persons. So that doesn't sound very different from a peer-to-peer trade. I mean, if I'm doing this as an individual, just cash for some Bitcoin, it seems like that certainly falls under the idea that I'm just doing this on my own account and I'm explicitly doing it with just some known, some specific counterparties. So, but despite the fact that that's the guidance in 2014 R02, federal prosecutors love to argue that 18 U.S.C. 1960 does in fact cover such trades. And in fact, in the case U.S. versus Costanzo in 2017, you can look, it's online, and docket entry 165 footnote 1 on page 4 says that the prosecutors stated that this was their opinion. So the federal prosecutors in the District of Arizona have stated whether or not Arizona licenses Bitcoin exchangers The separate federal FinCEN under obligation under 18 U.S.C. 1960 B2 requires licensure for a person in the defendant's position, as well as for any other person who exchanges Bitcoins for cash as a business or for any profit motive. Okay, so this is the prosecutor's very far-reaching interpretation of 18 U.S.C. 1960, despite the fact that the law doesn't really clearly state that. Okay, and this issue has actually never been adjudicated by a judge or jury. Perhaps somewhat surprisingly, given that Bitcoin has been around now for over a decade, there's never been a ruling by a judge or jury on whether 18 U.S.C. 1960 explicitly covers this kind of peer cash to Bitcoin trade. Now, you miss this sometimes in the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency press because there's been a lot of pleas down for money laundering. So there's been a lot of people who have been involved in some degree of money laundering, and the penalties for money laundering are much more severe than for a violation of 1960. And so a lot of times what happens is if the case is at all arguable or perhaps defendable, the money laundering case, what the prosecutors will do will say, look, if you plead guilty to an 18 U.S.C. 1960 violation, we'll let you go and we won't charge you for money laundering and your penalties can be lower. So most people end up taking this deal. So there's a lot of plea bargains down to a guilty on 18 U.S.C. 1960, but never an adjudicated case by a judge or jury on whether it applied. Now there's some what are called dicta, which are not official precedents stated by the court, but there are some dicta in older cases which probably bear on this question. So there was a case, U.S. versus Banky in 2012, which involved basically the transfer of cash through the Hawala network, basically family friends from Iran, and whether that was illegal under some prohibitions of transfer to Iran. And it referred to an older case, U.S. versus Velastugi, in which the court stated, a money transmission business receives money from a customer and then, for a fee paid by the customer, transmits that money to a recipient in a place that the customer designates. So in other words, there has to be a third party involved. And so in general, it seems like the legal interpretation should be sort of what's shown in this diagram, that you have basically a person who is selling, okay, or wants the money transferred, okay, and pays the cash plus a fee, okay, to an exchanger, to a third party that's in the middle. So it's very hard to see how this language in U.S. versus Velastugi can apply to a two-party trade where there's no person or business that is receiving the money from a customer and then sending it to a recipient, okay? So that might be one way to argue about the legality of this. Now, FinCEN itself actually has been explicitly asked in two recent written requests to clarify this issue of two-person cash peer-to-peer trades, and has refused to do so, actually. These requests have been outstanding now for probably one of them for more than 2 years, and FinCEN has never responded, and they are under no legal obligation to do so. And actually, a former director of FinCEN, who was hired as an expert in a case, opined that they probably actually don't want to do so, that they don't want to take a position on this, other than their 2014 guidance. And that they don't internally, apparently FinCEN does not like that 2014 guidance and the way it was written, because it seemed to imply that as long as you're buying and selling your own property and not basically trading somebody else's property, you should be legally in the clear. But you know what? Prosecutors love this ambiguity. Okay, they absolutely love it. And actually, they write articles about 18 U.S.C. 1960 about how it's wonderfully broad and it can be used for all sorts of purposes to catch the people that they perceive as bad guys. And one of the things I've learned in being involved in this is, you know, it turns out, right, there's a very broad penumbra, if you will, of activity around actual illegal activity, okay, activity that's clearly illegal. There's a broad penumbra of activity that borders on it that the prosecutors can use to get probable cause, okay, and say, well, look, judge, this looks an awful lot like it could be this. And that's all they need in order to seize assets and then turn around and make deals to keep part of them, okay? They don't need to convict you under the civil asset forfeiture laws. All they need is to convince a judge, okay, that they have probable cause, that a reasonable person would think that a crime has probably been committed. That's what probable cause is. Once they have that, they can seize all the assets that arguably are related, okay, and hold on to them until you can prove, okay, that they're actually legally your assets. And the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, actually has handbooks on how to size up the victim, essentially, of their extortion, right? And make an offer that will maximize the take. So their handbooks say, well, look, figure out how much the person is worth, how much it'll cost them to defend the case, if it's an arguable case, and then offer to drop the charges in exchange for basically an amount of money that's just a little bit less maybe than what they would have to pay to defend the case. And so almost no rational person is going to turn that down, because yeah, you could go to trial, right? And you could fight them, okay, but you might be convicted and then be stuck with a very long prison sentence, whereas instead you can get out and let them keep some of the money they seized. So, in summary then, looking back at the laws, you can ask, is selling Bitcoin for cash legal? And is the answer yes? A lot of people say yes. A lot of people say no, right? And the true answer is no one can really say for sure, okay, with the present legal situation, because we don't have any actual precedent, okay, at the federal case level where there's been an adjudication by a judge or jury of whether 18 U.S.C. 1960 covers those kind of transactions. If you want to stay on the safe side of all this, become a licensed money transmitter, okay? It's not that expensive in some states. Some states it becomes much more expensive. It depends a lot on whether the state requires you to be a money services business or not. It creates a lot of paperwork and a lot of reviews. You have to, gather some paperwork for the feds, basically, and keep it in your records if you're selling the Bitcoin, so that they can go back presumably and trace who it is. The other factor, of course, is that that's not really what Bitcoin was meant to be, in a sense, in terms of, of being a licensed money transmitter. So, but, it's important to recognize if you come on the prosecutor's radar for any other reason, okay, they will use this to extort you. They love to do this, okay? The prosecutors actually hold awards dinners, okay, for those who rake in the most money out of civil asset forfeiture. So, all they need is probable cause. If they can get a probable cause that you've committed some federal crime, they can then seize all your assets that are even vaguely related to that activity. Okay, the judge will let them do that. And now they hold them. And now you have to bring a civil case against them, actually all parties are suing the property. It's an old thing that comes from maritime law. So basically you have to sue the property to get it back under those circumstances. And so they know that. They know that's an expensive process. And so they'll oftentimes make a deal. We'll drop these criminal charges. We'll let you have most of your property back, but we're going to keep a portion of it. And then their enforcement thugs, essentially, at the DEA and the IRS, you have to realize these people are very dangerous, bad people, okay? Extremely dangerous, bad people. They look forward to breaking down people's doors, okay, and pointing guns at people. They like it, okay? And they brag to their cohorts. I mean, they're on, there's plenty of recordings out there about them bragging to their cohorts about, gosh, I had the chance to shoot and kill somebody. Or I wish I had a chance to shoot and kill somebody during these raids. So these guys are really very, very dangerous people that you don't want to be messing with. So be extremely careful. It's true that probably smaller deals not involving illegal activity are unlikely to suddenly rise to a level of interest that a prosecutor is going to say, oh, I want to, go get that guy who just sold $3,000 worth of Bitcoin. I mean, that's not likely to come on their radar screen. It's when the amounts get larger, okay, or people become very public about this, that people tend to be on the radar screen of these very dangerous people. So in summary, then I'll just close up here. It's still really unclear in a sense if cash for Bitcoin trades done in a peer-to-peer manner without being a licensed money transmitter are legal under federal law. Smaller trades are unlikely to raise ire. But if you get this wrong, certainly the consequences are very severe, and you'll hear about that in the next talk by Thomas Costanzo. So check with an attorney specializing in this area if you need to be sure. So that's pretty much what I have to say about the subject.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Peter. We had just one question from the community. Are you open to answering?
Sure.
The question is, what is your perspective on the SEC's investigations into Library? LBRY. LBRY. It's a
oh, Right, right. Yeah, I have not looked into that case in particular, so I can't really comment on that. But this is an example of the fighting that we have going on, right? So is this a security, and so the Securities and Exchange Commission should be involved, or is it just property which the IRS can tax, or or is it a stock? And it's just everybody's trying to sort of get into the act, is my opinion, and I don't know that there's going to be any clarity on that. Frankly, I think until either the courts really rule much more definitively about this, or until the legislature steps in and actually passes some laws to clarify exactly how this sort of property needs to be treated.
Brilliant. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives and your knowledge. It was really interesting listening to you.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay, and my pleasure. And you guys have a good rest of your afternoon in the meeting.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so next up we have Morpheus. Morpheus, are you there? Let's see if I can. Okay, it looks like Morpheus is not here yet.
Oh, I do hope he comes on, because he has a very interesting personal experience to relate.
Yes, he does. He was just here. I think he must be having technical difficulties.
Okay.
All right. Morpheus, can you hear us?
Oh, I see his name. Oh, now I see him.
Hello? Is everyone there? Can you hear me?
Hello, Morpheus. Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Oh, okay, great.
Morpheus?
Wow. Okay, well, very cool. I'm having a little technical challenge here, but we'll kind of muddle through it. As always better about being live is I had some slides, but for some reason I got them on. Huh? Yeah, I know. I don't understand why. It says I have to download the Google.
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Oh wait, let me. Oh wait, I say what I got to pull on. I got to turn this off.
Have a little tech.
There we go. Now.
Okay, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. Morpheus, I think your screen has. Can you check your connection?
100% all for it. I haven't got the tattoo yet, but one of these days I think I will. So, and I think I'm seeing how I get my slides up here. Hang on. It was downloading. Where the hell is it? Is it downloading? You're frozen. Now it says I'm frozen. Continue.
We can hear you. Can't see.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can do this now. Got it. Okay, so let's see. We got to go over here and share. Hang on. Sorry about the technical challenges here. Let's see. We're on Zoom, but we got to add where do I put the slides?
There's a button on the bottom on the
Oh
dashboard.
yeah, it says more.
There's share screen at the bottom on the dashboard.
Dashboard. Participants share. We'll get it. Google Drive document. I guess it's my Google Drive. Hang on, sorry about that. I was downloading the oh my gosh, now he wants me to sign in. Let's see if I can do this. Anyway, well, we'll forget about the slides. I'll just have to do it the other way. Okay. All right. Well, so anyway, my talk is going to be called Crypto Consciousness and the Law, and the subtitle is AS after Satoshi. And I like to start and just to give you a little background about me, I was back in 2017. I had a friend of mine give a presentation on crypto or Bitcoin at the time, and after I heard the talk, I was so like fired up. I'm like, wow, this is the most unbelievable technology thing I've ever seen in my life. And I had spent a lot of time doing activism online, and it was all very thankless work, and you wouldn't make any money, but you know, I felt like it was a love of what I was doing. And then I found Bitcoin. I'm like, wow, now here's a way I can actually make money on using the internet. And so I bought some of these Bitcoins, and then put an ad up on local Bitcoins. And a few days later, someone called me up and said, hey, or texted me or emailed me or whatever. And hey, I want to buy those Bitcoins. And like, okay, we met them, and I made some profit on the trade. And then I had to go buy some more Bitcoins. And then I just kept on doing that over and over and over and over again. Started with $600, and eventually they took me down for $100,000 at a Starbucks on Scottsdale Road and the 101. The undercover agents came to me and said, oh, you know, this money comes from drugs. And I'm like, well, I don't care. I'm not in that business. I'm in the Bitcoin business. And even though I well knew better, I chose to make those trades, and that caused me a severe change of plans in my life. But all in all, even with all that happening, I was able to take that experience and turn it into a positive. And you know, if you can take whatever life throws at you and turn it into a positive, and if you can take prison and turn it into a positive, well, then you can turn anything into a positive. And I still have the music playing inside my head, and even though I have some challenges I have to deal with, I feel like I'm still they gave me a gift as opposed to taking something away. And even if just quitting smoking, because that's one of the things I was able to do while I was a good smoke, but I wasn't like a big smoker, but I still would smoke occasionally, and I know it was affecting my health. And so by eliminating smoking, I feel like I'm gotten at least 30 months out of the end of my life, or at least even if I don't get 30 more months out of it, I'll have 30 months worth of much better living than I would have had I not quit smoking. Anyway, so I like to start off my presentation with a joke here. And once was this guy went out with his friends camping, and while he was out camping, he wandered away from the group and got lost. While he was attempting to find his way back, he wandered into a cave, and in that cave, he found a magic lamp. Well, he didn't know it was a magic lamp, but he rubbed it anyway. And as he rubbed the lamp, poof, out of the lamp popped this huge genie. And the genie says in a loud voice, yes, master, I am the genie of the lamp. The guy says, oh, great, now I get 3 wishes. And the genie says, no, master, we don't have that no, master, we don't have that program anymore. So the guy says, oh, what kind of program do you have now? And the genie says, oh, we get to choose from infinite intelligence and $100 million. I suggest you choose wisely. The guy sits down on a rock and finally says, I'll take the infinite intelligence, please. Well, the genie waves his hands and here's a poof, and then you now have infinite intelligence, and then he disappears. The guy feels kind of weird, wanders out of the cave, and he finds his friends and he tells them about the story about the cave and the lamp and the genie and how he gave him an infinite intelligence. So his friends say to him, give us some of that infinite intelligence. So the guy sits down on a rock and thinks for a moment and slacks his hand on his head and goes, I should have taken the $100 million. So anyway, that's kind of like where we're at. So recorded history has had two major epochs or eras thus far. The first known as BC, meaning before Christ, and the second is AD, meaning Anno Domini, as the medieval Latin means the year of the Lord. The secular names for these periods are BCE and CE, meaning before Common Era and Common Era. These periods revolve around the mythical stories of Jesus of Nazareth. It's foolish to believe, though, that the people who lived in the BCE era counted their years down to the birth of Christ, when in fact, according to the Hebrew calendar, CE1 was 3761. Now, according to the book, The Islamic Jesus, the author, Mustafa Ikol, makes the statement that the major difference between the religions of the BC era and the AD era is the end of blood sacrifice. People were constantly killing animals and people to satisfy the psychopathic needs of whatever brand of God they were told to worship. People were steeped in superstition. Gradually over time, people realized they didn't need to participate in these. When they didn't participate in these barbaric acts, nothing would happen. Then slowly, they started to realize that being able to read and do mathematics and following the principles of science, their lives became easier and more comfortable, and their standards of living increased. There are many billions of people today that are better off than the kings of old. As more and more people continue to throw off the superstitions of our parents, teachers, preachers, and other caregivers which were given to us as part of our auto-domestication since the time we were born, life on this planet will continue to improve. Humanity has been successful in solving all the problems that it has faced thus far. However, the challenges that humanity faces are continuing to increase in complexity as well. To solve those challenges, new ways of thinking and better machines need to be established. As Albert Einstein said, the solution to any problem can never come from the same level of consciousness that created the problem in the first place. Necessity is the mother of invention, and I bet that humanity will continue to innovate, and that innovation will continue to accelerate as well. Necessity is one of the reasons that Satoshi Nakamoto may have created Bitcoin in the first place. There's a message inscribed in the Genesis block. The Times, 03 January 2009, Chancellor on brink of second bailout for the banks. It seems obvious that he was concerned about the global banking crisis that was underway at that time. That may have been one of his reasons to create Bitcoin in the first place. It is well known that all fiat money systems are eventually returned to their true value of zero. It just takes some more time to do it than others. Bitcoin may have been a solution for breaking away from the fiat money system. Now, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. This is Buckminster Fuller. Now, the banks have had a monopoly on the money system, and this allows them, with the stroke of a pen or a few keystrokes, to create or debase the money system as much as they want. Now, the modern economy needs constant and infinite growth in order to survive. If growth ever stops, the economy won't settle down to a cozy equilibrium. It will fall to pieces. And this is Yuval Harari in the book Homo Deus. Our world runs on economic growth. One of the reasons the Federal Reserve was created was to have an elastic money supply. And wow, is it ever elastic, with the federal debt ballooning to $27 trillion. Many people complain about it, but no one has the chutzpah to do anything about it. Some people talk about auditing the Fed, but isn't likely it will ever happen or even make a difference. Back when the economy was created in 2009, when the Federal Reserve was created in 2019, all dollars were backed by gold or silver. Because the economy was growing faster than gold and silver supplies, it caused shortages of money, and sometimes there was a run on the bank. Banks could make banknotes, but that were redeemable in gold and silver. But if everyone wanted to get their gold and silver out of the bank, then whoever was left holding those banknotes would be worthless, because the banks printed more banknotes than gold and silver to back it. Isn't it amazing that the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, the one that established income tax, were both passed in the same year of 1913 under very suspicious conditions? With these negotiable instruments called notes, think Federal Reserve note, is a debt instrument created by a loan of some kind. The principal of a loan is created out of a signature. It must be paid back, but the interest can never be paid back. It's actually impossible to pay it back. Consider a loan on a home for $250,000 for 30 years at a 3% rate. The payment will be about $1,000 per month. The total of the payments will be about $380,000 is paid by the end of the loan. The principal created out of thin air is by signing a mortgage document through the banking system. But the extra $130,000, how does that get created? The answer is simple. More loans need to get created for those funds to appear so they can be paid. This is why the debt keeps increasing and the fiat money system is doomed to fail. Now is the time, no pun intended, to start regarding the time we now live in as AS or AN, meaning after Satoshi or after Nakamoto. We are now living in the future. And now that we are living in the future or AS, all possibilities are open to humanity. Think about how much life has changed in the last 300 years. Just imagine how difficult life would be without what would we now consider to be the basics: electricity, refrigeration, mechanized transport. Just a short 300 years ago, before the Industrial Revolution, all work was done by hand or from the muscle of an animal, from tilling the land to building anything. No refrigeration. If you wanted to go somewhere, it was on foot or on animal or a sailing ship with no refrigeration either. No electricity, no phones, no radio, internet, cars, trains, or planes, no running water, no light bulbs. Cotton was picked by hand by slaves, and all clothing was made by hand. Doctors used bloodletting to cure diseases. Today, 2021, almost everyone has a supercomputer in their hand that can access all the libraries of almost all the information in the world instantly. These supercomputers or cell phones can now be used to perform multiple functions like listening to music, acting as a flashlight, an alarm clock, checking bank balances, or in case of crypto commodities, actually acting as a bank. When I was younger, my friends and I would plan trips to the library and to research whatever we were interested in. We used this anachronistic system called the Dewey Decimal System to look up books with the information desired. You looked at the subject and wanted in the card catalog, and then you took a look in the number shelves in the library. Today, almost all information can be delivered in a simple Google search. Hang on one second. Sorry about that, a little noise situation. Back then, there were 4 stations on my parents' black and white television. My father would bring home the paper, which he called the nuisance paper. My brothers and I would attack him for the paper to find out how the Mets did and what the box scores were. We listened to the Mets on an AM-only radio. My mother didn't want a telephone in the house, so to use the phone, we would go down to the street to a store or corner where the payphones were installed, many of which were rotary dialed to make a call. We wrote and received letters as they were less expensive than using the phone. My father was a part owner of a machine shop that had lathes, milling machines, drill presses, and grinders. All but 2 of them were hand operated, not like today where all machine tools are CNC controlled. Today, we are now living in the age of computers, which were built on the backbone of the Industrial Revolution. Just like all inventions, we didn't always have them, but because they've become so ubiquitous, it's hard to imagine life without them. Think of a simple invention, the chair, for example. Someone had to imagine a device that one could sit on instead of a rock and make much more comfortable and easier to move around. At first, they were made by hand. Then machines were created to make those chair parts, and other furniture was invented. As we kept moving forward, we desired more machines, ones that could make the machines that could make the parts of the chair. More power was needed to make the machines that could churn out any type of thing a person could want to make life easier. Wind, hydro, and animal power was first used. Then steam power was discovered and then was used to power those machines. After that came electricity, another machine that was discovered and became possible to use this new energy source to power all these machines that made life even easier and more enjoyable for the masses. Well, what is a machine? John David Garcia, in his seminal book, Creative Transformation, describes a machine as any device that increases intelligence. He also describes what intelligence is. Intelligence is the ability to predict and control things in the 3-dimensional world. Using this definition, words are a machine, math and numbers are a machine. Steam power, electricity, and computer code are machines because these machines allow us to predict and control things in the real world. Therefore, banks, organized religion, and government are also machines. This particular machine is known as the Borg for banks, organized religion, and government. The difference between words, math, computer code machines, and the Borg machines is the Borg uses force to manipulate humanity, and almost all other machines are used with persuasion and voluntary interaction. When we believe in truth, that allows us to make better decisions. When we believe in falsehood, we make terrible decisions. In other words, the very nature of truth is that believing in truth, the truth of true information, increases our intelligence, while believing in false information can be true, while believing false information to be true diminishes our intelligence. The solution to this conundrum lies in achieving a more common understanding of this fact. This logically means that humanity is much more likely to thrive as more of us become able to think to an outcome with the Borg is diametrically opposed to. One of the critical junctions of humanity is when humans were able to create writing and math. With it came another machine called money. The first money that was created in the form of something that had intrinsic value. Money was first invented in Sumeria around 3000 BC. The machine that solved this machine solved the challenge of intensifying economic activities. The most common measurement was known as the sila of barley, equal to about a liter. The sila was a standardized bowl that was mass produced. People learned to trade the standard measurement for other things that they desired, like oats or goats, oil, slaves, or something else to eat besides barley. People didn't have to trust it because they could eat it, but it was difficult to store and transport. Then about 2,500 years ago, a breakthrough occurred. People gained trust in money that lacked intrinsic value, and that was the silver shekel. The silver shekel, unlike barley, had no inherent value. You can't eat, drink, clothe, or build a house in silver. You can't make any useful tools or nails with it. The items that can be made with it are luxury items that identify the owner of high social status. Because people, and I won't name one of them, believe that money has to have an intrinsic value to have any value, just because some precious metals are pretty and luxury items can be made from them doesn't mean doesn't give them an intrinsic value. What makes them value is they have to solve some kind of problem that people have. The value is determined by the law of supply and demand, or in other words, scarcity. Money does solve a problem, and that is how to allocate scarce resources. Money is the highest point of human tolerance. Money is more accepted and non-judgmental than language, state laws, cultural codes, religious beliefs, and social habits. Money is a trust system created by humans that can bridge almost any cultural gap. That does not discriminate based on religion, gender, race, age, or sexual orientation. As people do business, they learn to trust each other. When goods don't cross borders, soldiers will, wrote Frederick Bastiat. Today, the world GNP is about 89 trillion, but the total of coins and banknotes in circulation is less than 6 trillion. More than 90% of all fiat money exists in electronic files somewhere. Most business transactions are executed by moving electronic data from one file to another without exchanging physical cash. Bitcoin is the next evolution in money, as it performs the same functions as fiat money, plus it cannot be censored by a government or bank. Any amount can be sent to anyone else, anywhere in the world without a third party. And because the model is built on increasing scarcity, it tends to increase in value against the unlimited dilution of fiat currency. The next step is like the step when people move from the barley sila to the silver shekel. This will be another cultural one as humanity moves from fiat money to crypto. The total market cap for all crypto is about $2 trillion, or about 2.2% of the world GNP. The little experiment that Satoshi created had a market cap of $25 on May 22nd, 2010. 11 years later, the total market cap crossed $1 trillion on January 6, 2021. And then just 93 days later, on April 9th, 2021, it crossed 2 trillion. Not to say that the market cap is the end all be all to all things crypto, but it does get people really excited. Now that we have Bitcoin and other crypto commodities, one human being can transmit value to any other human being outside the money system without being censored by any bank or government. For the first time in history, we have a global free market. Money makes it possible to have the industrial age, and crypto makes it possible to live in the future. Just like Jesus, Satoshi is a mythical character. Satoshi has never been positively identified. No one ever heard of Satoshi before his arrival on the scene on August 22nd, 2008, in an email to Be Money Creator, We Die. Satoshi's final verified email was on Gavin Andreessen on April 26, 2011, meaning his ministry also lasted around 3 years. When Satoshi mined the Genesis block 4,480 days, 5 hours and 30 minutes ago for the Bitcoin blockchain on January 8th, 2009 at 7:54 p.m., he brought humanity into a new age. This was the culmination of the advances that began with the Industrial Revolution. Now, with the rise of blockchain, we are told the possibility of doing all kinds of things that make life better for more people that do not involve the board and force-led manipulation. Now, of course, governments are seeing the value of blockchain, and so they are getting involved as well, not necessarily for the betterment of humanity. They are wanting to sell us the value of using this technology under their control. They have this option. However, they must compete on an equal footing with the marketplace for what the public really wants and not what the board wants us to have. The government can at any time change whatever rules they want without any real feedback from the population. For example, at one time, alcohol was legal, then made illegal during Prohibition in 1920, then in 1933 made legal again. Cannabis was once legal, then made illegal. Now state by state is making it legal again. Now, these are all the whims of government political actors and the interests that support them. With Bitcoin being a consensus-based program, rules are very difficult to change. Someone cannot just unilaterally decide what the new rules for the game are. Everybody plays from the same rules. A transvestite from the Congo plays from the same rules as Elon Musk. A 15-year-old who knows the keys to their wallet can transact with anyone they want to without any permission from banks or government. Bitcoin doesn't care if you're black, white, rich, poor, male, female. Everyone plays by the same rules. With Bitcoin, possession of the private keys is not 9/10 of the law, it is the law. Bitcoin places financial sovereignty over all else. To have political sovereignty, one must have financial sovereignty first, because if you can't feed yourself like the people in Venezuela, you're going to give up your vote to whoever promised to feed you. With Bitcoin, there are only two ways to get it. You either have to mine it or get it from somebody who has it. The mining process takes work. Only now we are living in the future, so we use robots to do the work. To get it from someone that has it, it takes giving someone something of value to get the crypto. No creating it out of thin air like the bankers do it. With the fiat money system going the way of the dodo bird, most countries rely on to control their populations. Governments are going to have to become more efficient. Perhaps they'll have to only enforce laws where there's an actual victim. Every other sector of humanity has had to improve since the beginning of the industrial age and become more efficient or go out of business. Governments are going to have to become more efficient or they're going to be left to the wayside as well. One of the awareness that comes to people when they do peer-to-peer transactions with Bitcoin is why do I need these banks and government for anyway? Voluntary interaction is so much better than fraud or force. What happens when fiat money becomes so diluted that anyone wants to use it anymore? Before we had crypto, this was not a real concern for banks and government. They would just print more of it. Because they have a monopoly, there wasn't everything else to switch to. As more and more switch to crypto, whoever's holding the fiat money won't be very created. Most of the rules of government makes are about who is going to get the money that they take from everybody in the form of taxes. And make no mistake about it, inflation is a tax. When you are working as an employee, the government conveniently gets to get their fair share before you get yours. The government is the third party in almost all economic transactions. By writing the rules that favor big business and the rich, they keep most people broke. This is the way they create artificial scarcity so that people will keep fighting with each other and breaking laws. This way, they have to continue to insert themselves as referees that perpetuate the masses' needs for them and continue to increase the size of government with more and more laws, police, lawyers, judges, jailers, and most importantly, inmates. All businesses have to find new customers and service the ones they have. This is one of the reasons why the prison populations keep expanding. They're just servicing their repeat customers. Now that we are living in the new era of AS, the Borg will continue to fight PAC. They may continue to create new cryptos that compete with the decentralized models. One of the non-decentralized coins is XRP. I do not like XRP because it's semi-centralized with the validation of transactions. I am not a Bitcoin maximalist. I am a decentralization maximalist. Copying is the validation that any concept is a good one. Uh-oh. But think of the breakfast cereals that how many brands and types there are. You don't need to force to promote a good or great idea. You don't need to should on anyone to do anything that is a good idea either. I really dislike the word should. To me, it's like a backhanded order. Whenever somebody tells me I should do this or should do that, I tell them, don't should on me and I won't should on you. The government shoulds on us all the time. They have all kinds of regulations that we, the people, now have to live our lives by, but those regulations do not apply to them. Let's take airplanes, for example. They have all kinds of noise level limits, but the military planes, they don't have to comply with those levels. They set for everyone else. Another good one is the government sets a minimum wage that forces businesses to employ people at a certain hourly wage. Where did the government get the right to do this? Don't we have the unlimited right to contract or not contract? Why do I have to be in contract with the government to survive? Now the government forces businesses to pay these minimum wages. If this is so important to the government, then let the businesses pay what they think is a fair wage and let the government kick in the rest. Oh yeah, but we live in a capitalist society and that would be communism. Oh my gosh. How is forcing businesses to pay people a certain wage, not communism? On the other hand, I believe that the government has the right to dictate minimum wage, but only for government jobs. That's their domain. The free market is not their domain. If it is their domain, how could it possibly be called free? The other case is the 2.2 million people that are incarcerated. For those people, the government doesn't have to pay them minimum wage at all. They can pay them whatever they want, like 10 cents an hour. And in 5 states, they don't have to pay inmates anything at all. Good ideas need to get promoted. When a friend of mine, Big Kahuna Brad, gave a presentation about Bitcoin to a group of our mutual friends, I heard the word Bitcoin before, but I never bothered to look it up. At that presentation, one thing was clear to me: I had to get some Bitcoin, and I did, and placed an ad on local Bitcoins and what to do, and you know how to do what to do a few days later. I had someone buy them from me, and I sold them and made a profit and had to get more. I kept on going doing that over and over until a year later I quit my job. 3 years later, I had undercover agents buying Bitcoin from me, and they told me that the money came from drugs, even though there was no drugs involved, because the money laundering laws, sting laws, they were able to find me guilty. I told them I didn't care, and I took the money. And after doing several deals with them, I was arrested and ended up being incarcerated for 30 months. I knew better, I really did. I let my love of this technology, my greed, and my loathing for the government cloud my judgment, and I took the bait. They took me down for 80 Bitcoins. Now I have a federal felony on my record. But while I was sitting in the federal detention center in Florence, Arizona, they had a book cart with about 50 books on it, and that cart had about 2 weeks into my incarceration, I found a book that transformed my life in the most amazing way possible. The title of that book was the Bible. Actually, the book's title is How to Transform Your Life by Geshe Kelsang Gatso. The book is about Tibetan Buddhism and how to use Buddhism to transform one's life. I was a bit of a rough spot at that time, staring down 10 years in a federal prison. And the book stayed quite profoundly in the very beginning. Before the introduction were the words which I underlined. Sincere spiritual practitioners can make good use of whatever circumstances that arise in their daily life. Whoa, that's some pretty deep stuff. So I kept on reading. Every living being has the same basic wish to be happy and avoid suffering. Since the world evolved, human beings have spent almost all their time and energy improving external conditions in their search for happiness and the solution to their problems. What has been the result? Instead of their wishes being fulfilled, human suffering and problems have continued to increase, and the experience happiness and peace is decreasing. I continued to read the book and reread it 3 times. I had the opportunity to read about 300 books while I was incarcerated on a variety of subjects, but the most fascinating ones were the ones I found on Tibetan Buddhism. Buddhism is a path of enlightenment and happiness. To be happy, one has to study the one thing we can all agree exists, the mind. Even if we're all living in a little dream, the mind and consciousness the fact that the mind and consciousness do exist is undeniable. One of the basic ideas is the same one as in science, and that is the concept of cause and effect. Only the Buddhists apply it to the mind and happiness. To be happy, think, speak, and act in ways that are positive and bring joy to your life and everyone you meet. To understand the mind, you must exercise it with an exercise called meditation. Think of it as a meeting with yourself. We're having meetings all day with different people. Why not have a meeting with the most important person in your life, yourself? You can start wherever you're at. You don't have to take a special posture. You can sit in a chair if you like. However, you want to sit on a pillow so it tips your hips forward and keeps your back straight, that's even better. Take 2 minutes then to meditate. Then as your mind becomes less agitated, you can increase the time. I took the 30 months of the government-funded spiritual retreat the 30 months as a government-funded spiritual retreat. In that environment, I was able to install some new software in my mind. A big part is doing meditation the first thing every day. It's the most important part of my life. Yes, I paid a heavy price for doing Bitcoin trades with the undercover agents. However, I did receive a greater benefit than the loss of the 80 Bitcoins in the 30 months being locked up. Through Tibetan Buddhism, I have released my anger towards the government and become so much happier now. I am at peace with myself and can see one thing that was missing in my life was Tibetan Buddhism. Every adversity, every failure, every heartache carries the seed of an equal or greater benefit, Napoleon Hill. It wasn't that long ago that people did not brush their teeth, and when they got older, their teeth just fell out of their heads. Now we know that brushing your teeth allows you to keep your teeth longer. The same can be said about the effects of meditation. The clinical effects of meditation are many. Reduces stress, controls anxiety, promotes emotional health, enhances self-awareness, lengthens attention span, may reduce age-related memory loss, can generate kindness, and may help fight addictions. Even though it was a better pill, learning about Tibetan Buddhism and probing the recesses of my mind is even worth more than a wish-fulfilling jewel or 80 Bitcoins. The journey with crypto is a long one, and I'm still have the music playing in my head. For those of you who think you've missed a boat, and we are still scratching the surface of this era we know as AS, after Satoshi. That's it. Hello.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Morgan. I'm just going to say.
Okay.
I
hope I didn't go too much over.
No, that was perfect. It was great.
Okay.
Okay, so next on we have Etienne. Etienne is the founder of the Art of Liberty Foundation, a startup focusing on communicating libertarian views via visual media. Etienne, thank you, Morpheus.
Oh, thank you. Have a great day. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Colin.
Hello, Etienne, you there?
I am.
Oh, okay. So Etienne is the founder of the Art of Liberty Foundation, a startup focusing on communicating libertarian views via visual media. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Great to see you.
So I guess I'll just go ahead and get started.
Yes, please.
So Etienne de la Boetie squared is a pin name. I'm trouble advancing. Let's see. A little bit about me. I am an author, technology executive, past operating executive, board director, been a board advisor, multiple companies, consultant to Fortune 500 companies. I used to work on Wall Street on the technology side. I built networks for market data, trading floor technology. In my youth, I worked at one of the big four think tanks, and until fairly recently, I lived right outside of Washington, D.C., which I like to call the belly of the beast. And so I've been blessed to see the government and the financial system and understand them from a kind of very, very unique perspective. My book is Government, the Biggest Scam in History Exposed. And the book is designed to wake people up by targeting visual learners. About 65% of the population are visual learners. They learn, most quickly when they see something versus just hear something. And I'm using a lot of learning techniques in the book where I leverage humans' innate capacities for pattern recognition, and where I'm making what was invisible visible through visualization. I like to do executive summary and deep dives, and then all of the key facts in the book are backed up with 16 gigabits of research on a credit card sized flash drive that we call the Liberator. And my thesis is something that I call organized crime theory. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm an organized crime researcher. And the basics of it is that government was never designed to protect life, liberty, and property. Government is a technique of intergenerational organized crime to rob and control societies. And the subtitle of the book is How Intergenerational Organized Crime Runs the Government and the Media. And so one of the other things I break down in the book is how monopolization of media and the algorithmic censorship of about 2 to 3 dozen companies, new media companies, search engines, video sharing sites, social media sites, fact-checking sites, etc., have been funded with unlimited bankster capital to consolidate their little corner of the food chain. And that's why we get nothing but deception and distraction. I say that government is always illegitimate because I'm a voluntarist libertarian, and a voluntarist doesn't believe in the legitimacy, the desirability, or the necessity of government. And government is always illegitimate because it is morally and logically impossible to delegate rights that you do not have yourself to a representative to represent you doing something you don't have the ability to do yourself. No one can be bound by a social contract that they did not sign. And I describe democracy as 2 wolves and a sheep deciding what was for dinner. I really take it back, and I call monarchy the original organized crime. You're going to have to give us your money, or we're going to hurt you. And then, in partnership with the media, monarchy and subsequent ruling systems developed Machiavellian strategies to engineer obedience, fealty, and adoration in populations. And then after monarchy fell out of favor, intergenerational organized crime developed democracy, but easily controls the outcome of elections using fraud, unauditable black box voting machines, disparity of campaign funds, electoral roadblocks to third parties, bribery, blackmail, and assassinations. And finally, they're using control of perception through monopolized media and Hollywood hocus pocus, indoctrination, propaganda, culture creation to engineer compliance, obedience, and fealty to the system. The way they control the media is they're stealing trillions of dollars, and they're stealing trillions of dollars a variety of ways: exorbitant banking privilege and profits, which we'll talk about, and how cryptocurrency has the ability to help us get around that. But it's also military procurement fraud and unnecessary warfare. The Pentagram can't account for trillions of dollars. They've got the Bishop's Fund, Fat Leonard. They claim they lost $6 billion in physical cash in Iraq. They're paying for $14,000 toilet seats, $400,000 helmets for the F-35. The list goes on and on. It's unnecessary homeland security and police state spending. It's government monopoly privileges. It's trillions of dollars handed out to banks and private company through the TARP and the TALF and the bailouts. And it's technologies developed on the taxpayer nickel that are seeded out to private industry and have the privates privatized by cartel companies, mandatory vaccinations, disaster capitalism, too many to list here. One of the things that I break down in the book in detail is, how the fractional reserve banking scam works, and I'll just touch on it briefly here because I'm assuming that the audience understands all of the basics. But for those who don't, when you go to a bank to get a loan, it's not depositor money that they loan you. They just go bing, and then they create and credit your account with dollars that they create out of thin air. Supposedly, there's a fraction is supposed to remain on reserve, but since we're experiencing regulatory capture, I don't even know if they're paying attention to that. It wouldn't surprise me if they're not. And so the Federal Reserve, which was kind of designed in 1910, and then passed the Federal Reserve Act in 1913, that is a creation of the money center banks, and that allows them and backstops them to engage in fractional reserve banking, which would be illegal and essentially impossible without the Fed. You could have fractional reserve banking, but most people probably wouldn't put their money in a bank that wasn't fully secured, and without the government insuring deposits, there would be a competition for quality in banking liquidity and resources. And so this excessive creation of currency, this devalues the currency earned and saved by everyone else in society as the excess dollars created by the banks begin to bid up prices of scarce goods and services. It's not so much that the cost of your house or the cost of your stock portfolio are going up. It's that it now takes more rapidly depreciating fiat paper tickets to buy the exact same amount of housing or stocks and food, because they bought up the media never tells you this. If you ask the media why prices are rising, it's because fairies come at night and sprinkle fairy dust over gas pumps and grocery store aisles, and so the result of this monopoly of giving banks the ability to create money out of thin air and is monopoly. And so this is a visualization from the book. I do a lot, like I said, to make visible what was invisible. And this is a chart from a 2011 study called the Network of Global Corporate Control, which analyzed 37 million global companies, 43,060 transnational corporations, and built a model of who and controls what, and discovered that just 147 firms, primarily banks and financial institutions, control 40% of global wealth. And so the banks are taking their exorbitant privilege of getting to create money out of thin air, and they're buying up real companies, plant, property, equipment, real estate, etc., with the little fiat paper tickets and digital dollars that they create out of thin air, even though it's inflationary and even though it's stealing the value out of everyone else's money. And the first thing they do is they buy up the media so that the media is, like I said, not going to tell you about it. I mentioned the book is designed to wake up friends, family, and if you try and explain to your friends and family that there are 6 companies running hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries to give everybody the illusion that there's a wide diversity of information sources in society, but in reality, these hundreds and hundreds of companies roll up into just a small handful of 6 that are operating as a cartel. They may or may not believe you, but if you show them a media ownership chart, this one is one from 2006. It's a little long in the tooth, but I find it to be the most, effective for waking up friends and family, just because of the layout compared to the other alternatives that we've actually had more monopolization of the media since then. You can see kind of News Corp here up at the top left. That's Fox News, but you may not have realized that they own 175 newspapers, and they own magazines and internet properties and book publishing companies and television production and television distribution and film companies and satellite networks. And to the right is Disney, that owns ABC, and they own book publishing companies and film distribution and parks and resorts and major internet properties and magazines. And you can just Time Warner's to the right, and you can just keep on going down the list. And the big lie that unites them all, that the system is legitimate and we're not going to tell you how the banks are stealing the value out of your money. And so this system extends down to this is another visualization from the book. Again, making the invisible visible. If you try and explain to your friends and your family and relatives that how COVID is a scam, or how 9/11 happened, or how these wars are based on lies and manufactured evidence, probably the first thing they'd say is, well, how are everybody in the media in on it? And this is a visualization from 2017 from Swiss Propaganda Research, where they detail how three organizations, the Bilderberg, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Trilateral Commission, have maneuvered their members into all of the key reporterships, editorships, and publisherships in dozens and dozens of ostensibly independent media companies. But whether they're from the left on CNN or whether they're from the right on Fox News, we're if you want to rob the world, you got to have meetings. These are the organizations that allow them to get everybody together for the meetings and give the media their marching orders. Jeffrey Epstein was a member of all three of these organizations, and I think he ought to be the poster boy. And so, in addition to controlling perception to rob and enslave, using government as a technique to rob and enslave, we'll use what in Washington, D.C. is called a brownstone operation. We'll take politicians, prominent individuals, and even royalty. We'll get them drunk. We'll throw them into a room with little boys, little girls, take pictures, blackmail, and rob them. And, we're organized crime, and this is how we do things. And so now we'll talk a little bit about the Fed and monetary alternatives and what they've done. And so I'll just go over a couple of examples of how the government over time has suppressed any threat to the existing dishonest banking system. eGold operated from 1996 to 2009 and essentially served the exact same way that Gold Money platform serves today. It was busted repeatedly, and I shouldn't say busted. It was harassed, out of business by the FBI and the Secret Service by constantly, arresting Dr. Doug Jackson, the monetary architect and one of the co-founders, with raids and requests for information, and just constantly, disrupting his business. I think this is a very interesting quote from the press release made by the Department of Justice during one of their crackdowns, or quote unquote crackdowns, on eGold. And he said that Douglas Jackson and his associates operated as a sophisticated and widespread international money remitting business, unsupervised and unregulated by any entity in the world, which allowed for an anonymous transfer of value at the click of a mouse. Kind of sounds like cryptocurrency, doesn't it? The other one that I wanted to talk about was the Liberty Dollar, which operated from 1998 to 2009. The monetary architect was Bernard von Nothaus, and they did warehouse receipts for real gold and real silver that were circulating in many cities around the United States as currency. I was actually a Liberty Dollar affiliate, and in Ashburn, Virginia, where I was living at the time, I'd struck deals with my neighborhood pizzeria and other businesses and was actually spending Liberty dollars with my local merchants. I think in Austin, Texas, they had, over 100 different merchants, haircuts, oil changes, you name it, where people could pay, where merchants were willing to accept warehouse receipts for real gold and real silver, including what they called the e-Liberty dollar, the ELD, which was somewhat of a precursor to cryptocurrencies more along the lines of gold money and e-gold, but we're transferring value outside of the government's monetary system. And so even though the Treasury had sent a determination letter saying that this wasn't illegal and that these were barter instruments and wasn't competing with the government, interestingly, on November 14th, 2007, right before the Liberty dollar was about to release, over 10,000 Ron Paul copper Liberty dollars were about to hit the street and actually put a tangible example of what real money is into people's hands that would have absolutely been used in would have been, I think, a fairly decisive thing in the presidential campaign right before they were about to hit the street. That's when the Secret Service and the Treasury and the Department of Justice descend and confiscate all of the Liberty dollars and essentially put them out of business. They held on for another couple of years technically, but they were essentially out of business after that. Interestingly, I was a supporter of Dr. Paul's in the 2008 election, and I had on order dozens and dozens of these copper liberties. And for over a decade, until 2017, I would get a letter or an email every once in a while from a DOJ attorney telling me that, oh, don't worry, one day we'll get to getting you your property back. They acknowledged it was my property. It took them a decade to actually return it. And every time they'd email me, I would reply and tell them that they're criminal and explain to the DOJ attorney who I had their email addresses exactly the scam and the fraud that they were involved in and everything like that. And so now let's fast forward to 1996. And so many people, some people know, some people don't know that, over a decade before Satoshi Nakamoto published his white paper, the National Security Agency's Office of Information Security and Research and Technology, the Cryptography Division, published a white paper called How to Make a Mint, the Cryptography of Anonymous Digital Cash. And so the NSA was thinking cryptocurrency in 1996, before the Satoshi's white paper was anonymously released to the world. I'm of the event that this was probably an NSA creation to try and get ahead of the curve of what they knew would ultimately, was already kind of starting to kind of bubble to the forefront. But once it was out, then different interests, because it's not just one, it's different, banking interests began fighting over it, trying to break Bitcoin by maybe slow it down. But once the cat was out of the bag, now we move on to a free market and money that we'll talk to. Once the idea that and the precedent was set, then you began to see individual entrepreneurs come into the market with competing cryptocurrencies and develop what we'll talk about in a little bit as just as a free market in technology. Now, is there an example of the government taking their lead in technologies that were developed on the taxpayer nickel and then privatizing the profits? Well, I think that probably the best example is what I like to call the DARPA or the ARPA internet. Before DARPA was DARPA, it was ARPA, the Advanced Research Project Agency. This is a network map from 1974 showing dozens and dozens of military institutions, military universities with contracts, dozens and dozens connected to the internet in 1974. They had the internet way before we had the internet. Is a good example of a technology that was seeded into that where they'd already war gamed it. And so part of the thesis in the book and part of the example that we give, or so part of the scholarship that we collect on our flash drive of Liberty, the Liberator, is we believe that there's about 24 companies that were given a 2 to 3 dozen companies that were given a head start to widely control perception on the DARPA internet. And these are companies, Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Discuss, the comment engine. It's Snopes, it's Reddit, Wikipedia, the list goes on. I think you get the idea. But we're going to Amazon, we're going to fund these companies to be able to widely control perception. We'll give them unlimited unlimited capital. We'll give them a head start in internet technologies, and that is the system that we're under today. And all of those companies that I just listed, it's not just a theory that they're censoring information. That's a fact. All of those companies have been caught, and we have the evidence on the flash drive, not for every single one, but for many of the major ones. I like to point to people to an article called How the CIA Created Google, which you can either get on our flash drive or you can get on the DARPA internet, that breaks down the specific DARPA programs, the Highland Forum that Google came out of, and also examples of how Google is widely controlling perception by steering in Google News the articles to the same handful of publications that you saw on the chart. We've got other examples from Amazon, censoring books off the platform, digitally books off of the Kindle and the Fire, changing the reviews of books. They famously got caught, deleting all the 1, 2, and 3 star reviews of Hillary Clinton's last book to give it a 5-star review rating. But we're going to overinvest in these platforms to widely control the population. And so I give you all this history because I believe all of this was done using their ability to create currency and giving themselves a monopoly of currency. And so now we're entering into a free market of money. And according to CoinMarketCap, in kind of January of this year, the total number of cryptocurrencies is 7,800 plus, and a total market cap of 324 billion. That is so low now. I don't know. I should have gotten what the total market cap is right now, but I know we're way, way over that. I think we're over $1 trillion, but now there is a free market in money. And I was just talking to a friend of mine. I got a call like right before this conference, and a friend of mine is about to have a liquidity event on one of his major assets, and he was interested in how he ought to evaluate which currencies and which cryptocurrencies that he should invest in. And he was asking me, well, what are the risks involved, or that you see the risks to people that are holding crypto? And so we had a good conversation about how that I evaluated, and I the way I discuss it with my friends and family is, just imagine if you walked into, there wasn't a fiat paper currency, and you walk into a store that's selling money, And now there's a free market in money, and like, well, what makes, money is a store of value, it's a medium of exchange, and it's a unit of account. And so what makes good money good versus bad money bad money? And so we began to discuss things like, do you want people to be able to see the amount of your holdings or who you're spending money with on a public blockchain, or do you want anonymity? Do you want to have your money behind a cryptocurrency that has a treasury function where the developers are locked in and their interests, their financial interests, are aligned with the rest of the community? Or do you want one where all of the rewards go to the miners? Do you want to have a cryptocurrency where they've got a marketing budget so that they can actually get it out? Do you want to have a cryptocurrency that has high transaction costs and low transaction speeds? Or do you want to have one that has almost no transaction cost and very, very low speeds? And so now that is the landscape that we find ourselves in, the sea on which we find ourselves afloat. My own personal feeling is that this organized crime system is slowly and surely being exposed. You can't stop the signal. The fact that these companies are being caught openly censoring libertarian, voluntarist ideas. It's like a beach ball that's being held underwater, and the pressure is mounting. Every single day, more and more people are discovering that the government is illegitimate, that the system is crooked. And so ultimately, I think that the market wins. I wish I could tell you what it looks like. I don't. I just know it's going to be better than what we have right now. I'll wrap it up. I think this slide's out of place, but like I said, each social media platforms has been caught censoring. I mentioned the Liberator that backs up the book, designed to get around internet censorship, sneakernet solution. It's about 50% evidence of government and media criminality, 50% voluntarist, the best of voluntarist and libertarian thought. My organization is called the Art of Liberty Foundation. We're a startup public policy foundation we're trying to create a voluntarist think tank that, number one, takes a look at government criminality and corruption from the voluntarist standpoint of government is always illegitimate because it's impossible to delegate rights. You don't have yourself to a representative, and it's impossible to be bound by a social contract you didn't sign. It is democracy is two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. But also, we want to focus on the evidence of open criminality from the same scholarly perspective that you would expect from a Cato or a Heritage or a Brookings, but without the statism and the control that the system, without pretending that the system is legitimate. Also focused on media control, and then finally on solutions like next generation cryptocurrencies. How do you privatize these public institutions? How do you roll it back? How do you claw back the money that has been stolen from the population? And so that's a little bit what we're about. I know I don't have a whole lot of time, but you can contact me, Etienne, at artofliberty.org, and you can find out more about us and get the book at government-scam.org. Thank you so much. I know we don't have any time for questions, so I'll wrap it up there. And thank you so much to Nexus IO for putting this together and for being part of the solution.
Thank you so much, Etienne. That's been brilliant. Thank you so much for the presentation. And the website is artofliberty.foundation. Is that?
We're coming soon to you, but the best site is government-scam.com.
Okay, well, that's easy to remember. So that's government-scam.com. Fantastic. We had one question. See if I can understand this. I think What is your perspective on Coinbase as a sound investment or just another Wall Street vehicle created because Bitcoin and other cryptos can't be shut down?
Well, I'll tell you this. So I think the way they're controlling crypto is they're controlling it at the exchanges. And so the bottleneck is how do you get your money in and out without the government taxing, tracing, and tracking it? And so, I don't really trust Coinbase. I'm not really, an investment advisor. And so, and in fact, whenever I tell my friends, I always point out the fact that except for, a couple of the really, really big, blue chip cryptos, the market is so thin that it's easily pushed around by these money center banks that are seeking to make crypto look iffy or like we can tank the market around Christmas time as they did for the past couple of years. It's finally getting deep enough that it's harder and harder to do, and there seems to be a shift in everybody getting behind Bitcoin, and so maybe that that we're going to tank it every time around Thanksgiving and Christmas, so you look bad in front of your friends and family for promoting crypto is going to end. But these are very thinly traded markets. I don't really, I don't want to make any advice on Coinbase itself. But I will tell you that I don't trust it, and that's not one of the exchanges that I use.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. It was lovely hearing you and your presentation. And when we do this conference again, we'd love to have you back.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was awesome, man. Totally agree with everything you said.
Thanks, Tash.
Awesome. Okay, so next over to Tash.
All right. Can you hear me and see the desktop?
Yep, perfect.
Awesome. So I love everything that was shown today. It was great. All the technical stuff. Love it. Especially Morpheus and Etienne. The last two really ties in well with what I'm going to cover today. So the topic is human evolution in a post-Bitcoin world. And I hope that this opens your eyes more to possibilities and how technology can give us unrestricted access to possibilities. All right, so we'll jump right in. The first thing I want to cover is a common definition of evolution. And I realize that this can be a controversial subject, but despite the imagery and the graphic, I'm really not talking about creationism versus evolution. Like, this has nothing to do with human origins. But what it does have to do with is how we as humans advance, and trying to boil that down into a simplified way of understanding really like everything what Etienne showed with the controls in society and what we can do to help our evolutionary path accelerate. So the definition I have here is just my own definition, which is the process of progressively, meaning accumulatively, fulfilling possibilities through discovery and exchange of information. Information can be biological, industrial, cognitive, emotional, social. Everything is based on information. And of course, information is energy, and energy is everything. So it really happens in three ways. There's other vectors, but primarily through adaptation. So that's, the use of information, the proliferation, which is the exchange of information. And through that exchange of information, the more that that's exchanged and networked, you get synergy. And a synergy is the emergence of new information. And, like as Aristotle said, that, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That's where new ideas, new creative processes occur. And that's really the basis of evolution. And so networks and collaborations are required for evolution. So, in summary, evolution requires unlimited access to information and unlimited collaborative exchange. So let's talk about collaboration. There's a couple things behind collaboration, but in my mind, it starts with, you wouldn't think so, but it starts with empathy. And so there's this what's called theory of mind. And theory of mind basically says that your cognitive and emotional ability to take a perspective of someone else. Since we don't have direct access, to the mind of others, you have to do that through an indirect process. And so by understanding other people and respecting their positions and being able to translate their mind, into your own mind, forms empathy. And then empathy becomes the basis for the next step, which is called social exchange theory. And social exchange theory is basically saying that natural selection occurs only when two parties improve their situation mutually, by one party trading something of value that is less to another party that it is valued more. But the key point here is that mutuality is required. And of course, the inverse to that is cheating. And you're probably already getting some thoughts about, okay, with blockchain and cheating, but when they've shown that when those benefits are not mutual, it impedes social exchange. And social exchange, a lower social exchange, impedes selection, which impedes evolution. So it's de-evolutionary. And then there's a third piece, another piece that is, it's kind of, used to back up that cheating. So it's another de-evolutionary attribute called aggression. We're all familiar with it. So reduced aggression theory basically shows that even within the same species, they've done this with different animal species, that based on their propensity to be aggressive or not, even within the same species, based on their genetics, they show that the lower the aggression rates, the more that they engage and demonstrate attributes of theory of mind and social exchange. So there's a direct link between lowering the levels of aggression, linking that to the empathy, which leads to social exchange, which leads to evolution. So why do we lack empathy? And why do we act on aggression to achieve one-sided results? All these things that, that Etienne and others showed earlier with the concentration of power, controls in society. Why is this? What's the root cause that leads us to this? So in order to talk about that, we kind of have to get a little bit philosophical, and we have to, step back into the basis of reality. And this is, my own definition, but I hope it serves the purpose to illustrate. So wholeness, meaning everything, meaning all that is, you can call it oneness, you can call it wholeness, and separation through duality coexist holofractally. And that's a way just to understand that, a hologram, like a hologram, the whole is contained within each part. You shatter a holographic plate into 1,000 pieces, and every piece of that holographic plate recreates the whole. It contains the imagery, the genetics of the entirety of the whole. And like a fractal, every fractal resolves into separation that is contained within that whole. So then you ask the question, okay, well, why separation? And the simplest answer is because experience can't occur except through relativity, enabled by duality, where each counterpart is codependent on the other. So for example, you can't experientially define small except as relative to something that's not small. You can't experientially define here except as relative to there, or now except as relative to then, or hot except as relative to cold. So the duality allows you to immerse yourself into an experiential mode where you isolate everything around you, all the other parts of wholeness, so that you can have an isolated experience that's relative to a counterpart. And so from that wholeness, possibilities through separation emerge from wholeness, through this medium of duality. And one of my favorite physicists, David Bohm, called this process of emergence and unfolding in his book, Wholeness and the Implicate Order. I highly recommend everybody to check that out. And basically what he's saying is, and this is all backed up, into quantum physics theory. It's actually a very competitive theory with the standard Copenhagen or many worlds theory, that, the implicate order is like this grand ocean of information, and it contains all possibilities, all potentialities, all probabilities. And as that information emerges, it's like the ripples that come to the surface on the ocean. And as they come to the surface, they generate the idea of separation relative to all of the other ripples. And this isolation is coming into what he calls the explicate order. Another great analogy on emergence, where something greater than the sum of the parts is generated in this sense, is a prism in white light. So white light has all of the properties of colors. All of the colors already exist in the white light spectrum. They're just unexpressed. They're dormant until the sun, meets a medium that drives the separation, that drives duality. You could liken this to your consciousness as it's acting as a prism to generate separation within your mind and in this world so that you can experience everything around you, and thereby, through the refraction of light based on the speed and the angle, produces the colors of the rainbow. And so it's able to generate those possibilities that we defined on the previous slide. So then the question is, well, why are some colors on this spectrum of possibility, denied? If some colors are denied, and you can think about this in terms of, all the controls and things on society, if some colors are denied, then further emergent possibilities from those colors are also denied. They will remain dormant. So, for example, if blue is denied, then emergent properties that could potentially lead to greater evolution, like violet, is denied as a result. So then we ask ourselves, well, why? Why are some of these why are some of these possibilities denied, and who's denying them? And then it gets into polarity. So within duality, duality itself is neutral, but polarization denies these emergent fulfillment of new possibilities because, it locks the mind into a single position on one side of a polarity versus another. So it's preventing the emergentism from occurring because you deny some of the parts that are emerged from the whole, then you're going to deny the emergent capability of the whole. So we do this through seeking happiness. Everybody seeks happiness, and so the natural state of human in a duality is that you are going to seek what is, meaning the reality around you right now, is you want that to match your beliefs and your expectations in life, and when it does, you're happy. And you want to avoid unhappiness. So when reality doesn't agree with what you think it should be, your beliefs and your expectations, it drives unhappiness. So you can think of polarization as like a recursive belief bias, where the future continues to replicate the past over and over again. This is why evolution is depressed, I believe, in our world, because it's constantly replicating itself because of the bias, and it doesn't allow for emergent opportunities because certain options are closed off. So it works like this, based on what's shown here on the left is conditionalities. So beliefs are biases from your past experiences. You're growing up, you have real life experiences. Those experiences form your biases that you have. And then you're also influenced by society around you, greatly influenced by your parents and your friends and family, your education institutions, your media institutions, your religious institutions. And then from those biases, you then walk around the world and you project those biases onto every future moment. You project them onto the future in terms of hopes and desires and fears. So fear, you're trying to avoid a reality from coming into the present moment that doesn't match your expectation. And hopes and fear, or hopes and desires, are that it will match. But the bottom line is that different people have different beliefs. So it's like a spider web, and each of the webs are pulling in different directions. And so what people try to do is number 3 shown here is the events are controlled. You try to control the people and your environment around you to match your beliefs. So you can imagine walking around the world, trying to get everybody in the world to think like you, to, your opinions are right, whether it's political or religious or whatever, and you're trying to close off possibilities of other people, forcing them to match what you think. And then when it comes into the present moment and the moment it passes, you place judgment on it. So if it doesn't match what you believe and it moves into the past, you place judgments, in terms of, you have guilt that attach you to the past, you have regrets, you have blame, you have nostalgia, and all those things connect you to the past. So we walk around life projecting into the future, judging and holding on to the past, and we're not left in the present moment. And so you can see on the graph here on the right, your polarity and your mind and your ego polarizes you, and then you end up just recreating your future, based on your past. And so in reality, when things happen and there's a gap and it's not matching your expectations, whatever that gap is, that's the measure of your state of non-peace. So, you have to ask yourself, well, how can you come to a state of peace? If you walk around, you're trying to control life, and that's how you define your state of peace. So how do we close the gap? Love. I know, this is a squishy, subjective topic, but I'm going to redefine love in a way that shows you how it relates to freedom and how it relates to evolution. And my definition here is that love is unconditional. So it means there's not conditionalities placed on, the future and the past. Freedom, meaning allowance of being and creating and evolving to fulfill and expand net possibilities. So if it's not allowing, it's not love. Love is unconditional, means you can't put conditionalities on it. So love is unconditionally present. And what that means is every time we project judgments, like you projected on the future and your hopes and desires, as soon as an event happens, you're judging it and you're attaching yourself to the past. You're not in the present moment. You're outside of that. And so, the resolution is really to try to integrate the whole field of duality, because duality holds, every counterpart holds its other part up. Like I said, you can't experience what you think is right. You couldn't experience what you think is right if you didn't have what was wrong. You can't experience happiness except as relative to sadness. And so people don't understand the relationship between duality. And so they spend their whole life trying to eliminate the opposite charge, within duality. And so integrating that whole field allows you to fulfill possibilities and let go, be in the present moment, which creation only occurs in the present moment. And that's where the creative process begins. And you're able to emerge into new possibilities. So you're left with this choice, which is, do you match to find peace? Do you match reality to your beliefs and try to control everyone around you? Because that's what these control systems are doing. And they're just become powerful because they have the resources and the money to control society and match what they think is their definition of happiness, by denying everyone else and forcing everyone else to live their belief bias. So a little, statement here that it came to me, which is, a self-sovereign being neither takes nor demands of others, but gives freely their love. This is the allowance of being. And, some folks might say, well, we can't just allow, everything. But think about this: fulfilling possibilities that restrict the possibilities of others. So you're trying to fulfill your possibilities that restrict the possibilities of others. That's actually a bias. That's a belief bias, because it's a net loss of possibilities. You're restricting the possibilities of other people. So therefore it's a net loss of love. So if you want to train society, through this type of approach, think about how is society constructed today. You're taking, you're teaching people that to get what you want and to be happy in life, you need to go and restrict the possibilities of others so that it can match what you want. So for anybody that says, well, you can't just have a society that doesn't restrict the possibilities of others, what we're doing in our current society is teaching people to go out and do exactly that. And that is the root cause of crime and the degradation of our society. So, give that some thought. And I added something here, or, took a note that I wanted to say something. And I know it sounds kind of strange. I'm not a, religious person, and probably I'm more closer to, the Buddhist or the Taoist philosophy. But, this idea about with Christianity came to my mind, which is it's a different way of looking at things. The reason that Jesus loved those who hated him, think about that. And he said, there is no sin in him, is because he was promoting the unconditionality of allowance. And so what do when you think of sin, it's the restriction of possibilities, followed by judgment, the control, and the punishment of those possibilities. And he was basically, saying that even if they hang him up on a cross, he's teaching society the allowance of love and the unconditionality. So I thought that was a good analogy here. So now let's talk about controls. What controls are used to sustain belief bias? And I have this philosophy that two things kind of describe the whole thing, which is, I call it the gate and the road. The road is a prescriptive process where we are told we must follow to gain access to and fulfill a possibility. So you have to go through A, B, C, D in order to get to E. You have to go there. You have to get your doctorate degree. You have to do this. You have to follow these rules. You have to get your, driver's license in order to drive. It's a process that you are told you have to fulfill, canceling out all other possibilities in life. You have to strictly follow those rules. And then the gate is a body, an intermediary. We're told we must pass through this intermediary to gain access to and fulfill a possibility. So those are hierarchies and authorities. So organizations, corporations, governments, regulatory bodies, educational and religious institutions. This is a quote I liked. It came from the Oracle in the movie The Matrix, is we can never see past the choices we don't understand. And that tells you about how when you aren't given the choices and there's these restrictions placed on society that you must be and act and do certain things a certain way, you can see how it leads to centralization. Centralization is the end result of belief bias being acted out on society. So let's talk about centralized constraints. So centralized constraints is a concentration of circular possibilities that continue to repeat with very small incremental changes. That's why Bitcoin came out of the, came from the minds of those who are thinking unlimited possibilities. And most tech companies are limited to trying to, keep things under a centralized control. So many possibilities are exclusionary. That match a belief bias of a third party enforced by what I mentioned, the road and gate. So these are, so what happens is you create a closed loop system. And then from that closed loop system, you create experts, quote, experts that that then in turn, those experts try to persuade you that you should conform because they're the expert, they're the authority. And then education, religion, and media indoctrinate you to believe that and to adopt those closed loop circular possibilities. Laws govern you to force you to do it, and the police and military enforce it. Before I get into the bottom, I just want to call out, this happens in different ways. People tend to kind of fall into different camps, like it's always capitalism versus socialism and, all this bullshit that, I'll give you an example. You tell me the common denominators. Centralized private power, okay, that's more in a capitalist society, extracts wealth from people without power or the disparity, and then they ration value back to them asymmetrically. Centralized government power, which we also have in our society, but also primarily in a communist society, extracts wealth from people without power and then rations the value of that back to the people in a symmetrical way. What the common denominator is that It's power, extracting wealth from people without power and rationing it back to you. And so you're tricked into thinking that there's these two options and that, and capitalism is the best option. And you have to really like break out of that paradigm and really try to understand. So what I show on the bottom left corner is evolution in a constrained system. They constrain these degrees of freedom, meaning lower degrees of freedom means there's more constraints on the variables that allow you to have those possibilities. And so your ability to discover and even know things is kept from you. And so you're only able to fulfill a finite amount of evolutionary possibilities, and they tend to be circular. Whereas in an unconstrained system, the sky is the limit. So, and the difference between these two are that authority and expertise of convention versus liberty and creativity. So now the question becomes, okay, well, how do we break free? Decentralized networks. Now, I know I showed this slide yesterday, but I think it's a very powerful slide, and it's really important for everyone to understand this slide if you haven't already. And so I'm just going to repeat it. But Sarnoff's law, which you can see highlighted here in yellow on the right side of the screen. Sarnoff's law describes linear value. It is a centralized or competitive network. Their value is proportional to the number of participants. 12 participants, 12 value streams. And Metcalfe's law shows exponential value. A decentralized or cooperative network's value is proportional to the number of participants squared. So if you look, you have centralized 12 connection points. They all have to go through that central hub that you see in the yellow circle in the middle, or you network across every participant in the network, and that becomes the square of your possibilities. And the more possibilities we have and the more network we have, the more synergy, the more emergent the possibilities are going to be. Evolution is going to exponentiate like we would not believe. We can't even fathom, how this is going to happen. All right, so now networks in nature. I think Colin will like this because he was talking about it yesterday, and actually this is where I came up with the star hive concept, is that bees are analogous to blockchain's decentralized design. It's analogous to the network effect and everything that Nexus has to offer. Nexus protocol, the DAO, trust, and Colin used this example in one of the interviews with Rice TV, but think about Nexus trust. You have a service to self. You're trying to self-serve your own interests, and that is the nectar that you are seeking. And you're doing that through trust because you want to stake, because you want to have a return. But that's training us and teaching us, and it's translating into service to other based on the design, just like the design of bees, where then by seeking the nectar and passing it from flower to flower, it enables the process of pollination. So bees are basically a decentralized superorganism. Contrary to popular belief, it actually has a bottoms-up decision-making process, not the queen. So decision-making is distributed across the population of worker bees. It's not from the queen. The queen's only central role really is to lay eggs. And one other thing I'll mention in a minute. The colony decides when to stop feeding the old queen for a new one. So when the hive becomes overcrowded, the colony stops feeding and starves the queen so that they take a swarm and they move to create a new hive, a new colony, and half of the old colony goes with the queen, and then they promote another queen that is not in charge, but it's just representative to A, be able to produce and lay eggs, and B, the queen gives off pheromones that measure the amount of pheromone per bee in the population. And when the population gets too big, that ratio of pheromone drops to a certain threshold, and it triggers the hive to be able to starve the queen, push the queen out, take part of the society, and relocate in order to self-maintain. They have non-hierarchical division of labor based on diversity, proclivity, and proximity. And interestingly, they transmit thought like a radar, forming this, you've heard of the term hive mind, forming this emergent property of a community that is greater than the individual thoughts of the bees. It creates an emergent intelligence, and this can be proven that where the sum is greater than the parts. So in other words, it's not just these predetermined genetic program thresholds that say, if this, do that. The bees, one example is called thermoregulation. And as the hive gets hotter, the perfect quantity of bees fans the hive in order to cool it down. So then you ask yourself, well, if it just reached a certain temperature, then all the bees would start to fan if it was based on, genetically programmed thresholds, but they don't. The perfect amount fans, some don't, in the exact same environment. And that's related back to this hive mind that is an emergent property of a collaborative based system. And then second to last here, efficiency of the collective versus hierarchical waste from proxy. So a collective-based system has a peer-to-peer direct efficiency, and hierarchical waste from a proxy means that you have hierarchies that have to go through different proxies in order to make decisions that affect the people who are doing the work, like for example in a corporation. Well, if you look at bees, the hexagon honeycomb shape, it happens to be the most efficient geometry to use the least amount of wax and contain the most amount of honey. It's absolutely brilliant. And that is a result of these emergent possibilities of bees having more of this exponential effect of the network economy, resulting in bees. And then lastly, the longevity of the collective versus survival of the fittest. Bees tend to their colonies live for years versus survival of the fittest, meaning that most insects that don't have that network economy have very short and seasonal lives. So a lot to learn here. So, we can learn from bees how to live together as a decentralized organism. Enter Bitcoin. So now, Bitcoin basically takes this whole process of networks and what is emulated in nature, and it enshrines it into code. So for thousands of years, we've walked the road and the gate of centralized third parties, and along comes Bitcoin in 2008, 2009 with its open source software release. Bitcoin is a decentralized P2P currency, a system of trusted digital exchange on a distributed network of connected computers. And just some basics, I know you guys all know this, uses cryptography to provide a mathematical proof of ownership, confirms transactions through distributed consensus, transparently records on a distributed ledger, and most importantly, non-custodial and uncensorable. No third party or belief bias can insert itself as a central intermediary. No control, no authority. So in essence, when we say love is the allowance of being to fulfill possibilities, and the accumulation of possibilities is our evolution, a framework of love is embodied in the idea behind Bitcoin. But Bitcoin has its vulnerabilities. So it's a great start. It does have vulnerabilities. And I'm sure many of you are aware of this. A lot of people tend to deny this fact, but it is moving towards centralized mining hardware, centralized development, centralized transactions, of course, centralized internet, which we're all captive to until we get SafeNet up and running, and limited scalability and quantum susceptible, and it's costly and inefficient. Enter Nexus. Nexus is advancing the new world. So they're taking the concept of Satoshi and carrying the torch of Satoshi forward where others have failed. And I define Nexus as a maximally decentralized, that's an important world, and scalable, quantum resistant blockchain ecosystem, not just a blockchain, but an entire ecosystem. It holistically resolves Bitcoin's vulnerabilities, and most importantly, in my mind, it has an ethos of love, trust, and collaboration. Colin gets this, the developers get this, the community gets this, and that's why we love Nexus. And Nexus, for those who are new, or if there's anybody new watching, Nexus is powerful. It has a 7-layer software stack. It's powering a register-based virtual machine. It's multi-dimensional, so it has a 3-dimensional sharded chaining structure. application and contract platform. We'll have the DAO release shortly, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization. The P2P marketplace is coming out, and the decentralized internet called SafeNet, which we've already released the Nexus protocol. We have the decentralized and hack-resistant operating system that will connect to all of that. Automated key management and location identity security through SIG chains, multi-layer reputation consensus to further decentralize so that we can't be co-opted by a mining centralization cartel, and free and fast transactions. So let's just summarize with, post-Bitcoin evolution. What is it? It's, all of these different attributes that you see on the left hand side of the screen are different ways that we use information to determine the possibilities, and the accumulation of those possibilities is evolution, and the allowance of that is love. So you have the availability of information. So pre-Bitcoin versus post-Bitcoin, censored availability. It's indirect and it's custodial versus direct and non-custodial. The use of that information in today's system, or pre-Bitcoin, it's limited and controlled. In post-Bitcoin, it's unlimited and uncontrolled. The quality of the information you get, it's untrustworthy in the current system because it can be hidden. It can be secretized. It's untruthful. It's subversive. We use it to attack other nations. In the quality of information in a post-Bitcoin world will be trusted, and truthful, and creative. Creative also meaning that, in today's society, you're forced to be a certain way. When you have a job in a corporation or what have you, you're living a certain path. In an open society, network society, where the value that you create is distributed and direct, it's going to open the doors for a lot more creativity. The cost of information is additive and non-value added, where it's distributed and direct, value added in a post-Bitcoin world. And then you have efficiency of information. That's the client-server client versus P2P, and slow versus fast. You have the exchange of information. That's Sarnoff's law, linearized versus exponential, Metcalfe's law. And with exchange, you also have exclusivity, which means that information and value is going one directional into a centralized hub. And in a decentralized world, it's going bidirectional because consumers also become providers and vice versa. And so it's mutualistic and it's synergistic. And the more that they connect, the more possibilities we create on top of that. And the security of information is central point of failure. It's cheat prone, right? And when we talked earlier about it being anti-empathetic, and empathy leading into social exchange, and social exchange being an attribute of evolution. Whereas in a post-Bitcoin world, there's mutual benefit. It's distributed and naturally empathetic as a result. And the emergence of information that comes out of all that, it's going to be static. It's that whole fulfilling circular possibilities over and over, and producing these experts from them that rule the world, forcing the world into their polarity bias, versus a synergetic system that is joyful and creative. And the value of the information at the end all goes into a central source. It's owner extorted, whereas in a distributed system, it's owner retained. And lastly, of course, the record itself is covert and mutable. You can't see it. You can't go audit the Fed today and you can't see what they're doing. But in a post-Bitcoin world, it will be transparent, and it will be immutable. So in closing, I just want to say that, one, evolution is the progressive fulfillment of possibilities through information. 2, collaboration through networks is a multiplier of that. 3, possibilities are constrained, controlled, and then as a result of that, centralized as a result of polarized belief biases. And 4, love is the unconditional freedom to fulfill and expand those possibilities, to break free of those controls. And Bitcoin has set the stage to radically change the trajectory of human evolution by opening the door to unrestricted possibilities. And Nexus seeks to maximize this framework in a holistic architecture. So you can see below, we have a control system today, which is not decentralized. It follows Sarnoff's law of linear value on the left. It is a form of disallowance, even within the current network structure, there's certain things shown there in question marks that are just not allowed in our society. You move over to the right, you open the door to possibilities, you network, you create more synergy, and as a result, you have an emergent evolution. It's going to change the world. Thank you.
Wow, Tash, that was an amazing presentation. Super interesting. I don't have any questions, but I'd love to say that I love how you describe that human awareness often being anchored in the future and the past. And for sure, government systems are geared to reinforce this split in awareness and reduce creativity. So as you say, decentralized systems are going to be bringing more people into the present moment and encouraging creativity. And as you say, there's an emergent.
I'm so excited. I'm really excited.
Me too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tash. All right, so next on we have Mike, the founder of BEF. And BEF is a platform built on Nexus that enables the tracking and trading of environmental assets. Let's see where he is. Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you and can see you.
Super. I'll just share my screen. Great. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Super. So I'll kick off then. So first of all, thanks again for letting me talk today. It's been great to hear the different talks, and I think this Nexus Spring Conference is really exciting, really interesting topics being discussed, and it's been great listening to the other speeches. What I'll do in this session in terms of the agenda is give a quick introduction to nature-based asset markets, an overview of BEF, what we're building, the progress we're making, and kind of what we're looking to do later in the year. And then I wanted to touch on kind of how we've implemented Nexus's tech, just to give clarity to everyone, but also why we chose Nexus and some of the benefits we're already experiencing as a result of it. So my name is Mike Davies, for those who don't know. So I'm a co-founder of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Futures, also known as BEF, and we're a UK social enterprise building solutions to help tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. But before I jump into kind of about us, I'll give you a quick background as to nature-based asset markets and why they're needed. So we as a species are facing two existential threats. The first being climate change, in that we're already starting to experience this right now, severe droughts, more extreme hurricanes and storms, flooding, kind of the list goes on. And it's only in the last couple of years that we've really started experiencing kind of the big consequences of this. And it's only going to get worse in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years going on. So we've only just really started to experience the effects of these. And I won't explain or run through what climate change is, because there's tons of material out there which will explain it far better than I will. But to pretty much summarize the state we're in, we have been in a era called the Anthropocene era, which is around the last 10,000 years. And what that helps us do as a species is flourish, because we've had a relatively stable climate, which has meant that weather patterns and rainfall and so forth have been fairly predictable across that period, meaning that we can grow crop and really grow as a species. However, we're now coming into a time where that's starting to change. The climate's changing. It's getting harder now to have that predictability. And as I said, we're already starting to see some extreme consequences of this. But we're also seeing kind of other aspects of that lack of predictability. Now, the primary cause of that is anthropogenic emissions. So emissions from human activity, such as fossil fuels, and deforestation. We'll always have carbon coming into the atmosphere from volcanic activity and kind of the natural flow through photosynthesis and so forth. However, what we've been doing for the last 150 years because of the Industrial Revolution is digging deep into the ground and touching and tapping up kind of carbon that's been locked away for millions of years, burning it and then releasing that carbon up into the atmosphere. And as a result, I'm sure we're all aware, that's then trapping more heat into our atmosphere, which is ultimately changing our climate. It's melting the polar ice caps, which is then having an impact on our ocean currents, which is going to have an influence on our climate as well. So that's one of the big issues we're facing. To make things worse, we've got another challenge, which is biodiversity loss. Right now, we've got a massive disconnect between what we do as a species and capitalism and the natural world, in that we'll cut down forests, we'll exploit nature without really considering the cost of doing so when evaluating the cost of a product. And as a result, we're now seeing mass extinctions. What we're seeing right now is the current extinction rate being hundreds, if not thousands times greater than the natural rate. And scientists are now starting to say that we are entering into the 6th mass extinction of our planet. Why is this important? The main one being that we as a species rely on other species to survive. It was mentioned on the previous call by Tash around bees. Now, bees are absolutely essential for us for pollinating our crops, for how to produce massive crop yields. And we're already seeing, in the UK at least, a 50% decline in bees and wild bee populations. And these bees provide a massive service to us. Pollination provided purely from bees is valued at around $50 billion a year. So not only is this bad from an ecology perspective, but from an economic standpoint, this is really bad as well. Now, both of these threats have to be addressed at rapid pace. We've basically been told that we need to make some really drastic changes by 2030 for us to have a chance of not eliminating these issues, but significantly reducing the potential effects they could cause on us and somewhat managing it. And there's a broad things we need to do, including transitioning towards renewable energy. But the other thing we need to do is start valuing nature and including it in economic models so that we are making better policy decisions and we are more aware of the impact that we're causing through our consumption. Now, there's already markets which exist which have been proven and can address both these challenges, which are nature-based asset markets. Now, there's a few out on the market. And when I'm talking about nature-based assets, I'm talking about an asset which is tied directly to a natural service or a natural asset, which could be biodiversity, it could be carbon, it could be pollination, for example. And there's a few markets out there, the largest being carbon credits, of which that then breaks off into 2 different markets. You have voluntary carbon credits and the voluntary carbon market, and the compliance carbon market. Now, the compliance carbon market is the big market. It's where certain industries have to participate. It's a cap and trade market, and that's the likes of aviation and oil and gas, where they're mandated to participate in this market. And how it works is they're basically set a number of amount of carbon they can emit into the atmosphere and are allocated credits, which if they are successful in reducing their emissions, they can sell excess credits they have and get a profit. So that's the incentive mechanism behind that. Now, the voluntary carbon market is completely different. It's a lot smaller, but it's where a lot of the innovation is occurring. And this is basically, as you can guess from the name, you participate in this market on a voluntary basis. So most of the organizations you'll see right now who are claiming kind of climate or net neutrality are purchasing carbon offsets from this market, so the voluntary carbon market. And it's smaller than the compliance market, but we're seeing massive growth in this right now, as we're seeing all these organizations pushing towards becoming net zero. And it's expected to increase 15-fold in the next 10 years. So that's the carbon markets, and that's focusing just on carbon, whereby 1 carbon credit equals 1 ton of CO2 removed or sequestered from the atmosphere through projects such as afforestation, reforestation, so planting or restoring rainforests and trees, which basically suck out carbon from the atmosphere. Or it could be from initiatives such as using more energy efficient cooking stoves and the benefits of the reduced carbon emitted into the atmosphere because of implementing this approach. Now, there are other asset markets on top of this worth mentioning. So one being payment for ecosystem services. And think of this as being you will compensate a farmer for helping to restore and preserve a plot of forest because of the services that forest provides to other organizations. Not only do forests sequester carbon, but they provide a broad set of ecosystem services which we as humans value, including flood defense. So because they'll absorb a ton of water before it even reaches a river, it significantly helps manage kind of runoff into the river and provides good flood defenses, and also helps with water filtration. So they provide a ton of services which you can compensate individuals for helping to preserve and restore those plots of land and so forth. That's quite a small niche market, however it is growing. And then another asset market is water credits. So this is around kind of compensating and rewarding individuals for reducing pollution into rivers and ensuring kind of reduced runoff and high water quality. These are just naming a few, but there's several out there, but these are kind of the core ones. Now, the problem basically faced against all these markets is that the current infrastructure behind them is stopping them from reaching their potential and scaling. And there's 3 key challenges which are being faced right now. One, which is actually tracking asset ownership and provenance. Right now, there's massive issues around tracking who owns what and where it came from. I mean, if you look at the carbon markets, what's used are things called registries, which are basically like a public database, which record kind of details around an underlying project, so a reforestation project, which includes kind of the data behind that and any documentation kind of proving any carbon's been sequestered and been verified by a third party. But also it stores information around who owns any carbon credits, when were they created, and also when were they retired. Now, the problem is this technology hasn't really changed for the last 20 years. And as a result, they've got several issues, particularly around them being heavily manually intensive, in that if you transact any of these assets, in the case of carbon, for example, you have to manually go into these registries and then update who the new owner is. That causes 2 potential issues. 1, it increases the risk for human error. And 2, it opens opportunities for manipulation. In the carbon market alone, there's been several instances of double counting where the same carbon credits have been sold more than once, which obviously has a massive impact in terms of the credibility of this market. Now, because there's this lack of transparency, there's also a massive issue around how do you actually transact these assets. And this lack of transparency has meant that third-party intermediaries are heavily relied on because there's just a lack of trust between buyers and sellers. And most of these sellers are the ones who are actually creating these projects, creating the assets, the project developer. Now, right now, what happens is you will rely on a broker or a reseller. In the case of a broker, they will kind of facilitate the transaction between the 2 parties, kind of acting as an escrow account, but taking a nice commission of doing so, which again means less money is going towards the guys doing all the hard work, which is the project developers. Or in the case of a reseller, what they'll do is they'll buy those carbon credits off the project developer at a price, say $3 per carbon credit, and then they'll resell them to a multinational organization for a significant markup, say $5 to $10 per carbon credit. But the problem is these credits are being advertised to buyers based on the project, and as a result, the joke is the buyer is is interested because of the project, but none of the money actually really gets to the actual project developer. It just goes to line the pockets of that intermediary, which obviously is not what we want. Now, the third issue is actually around climate finance. So there's a massive gap right now in climate finance for individual project developers and also communities. There's a ton of new initiatives coming out which are focused predominantly on large-scale programs and project developers. But it means that the small guys in the market and the communities, so indigenous people, for example, aren't getting the funding they need to develop the projects, which is raising barriers to entry and stopping a key stakeholder group from participating. And often, a lot of studies have shown that the small players in the market and the communities actually develop the most sustainable projects because they have a vested interest in their longevity and their success, rather than a private organization that's just coming in, planting some trees in the ground, then buggering off 10 years later. So there's a massive need to tackle this challenge. So on to Beth, how we're trying to tackle these challenges. So as the title suggests, we're building the solutions needed to help scale these markets. So what we've launched already back in October is a blockchain-based registry designed to create a new infrastructure for registries and really update registries to how they should be, providing unparalleled levels of transparency on asset ownership, provenance, and project data. Now, we launched this back in October and have been making a ton of iterative enhancements to this, and are really confident this is the best in the market right now. Now, in terms of the different customers for this, it includes project developers, but also countries. If right now, if you want to participate in national carbon trading, your country needs a national registry, and this can be used for that. So that's one of the target groups we're talking to. Now, building on top of this, we are launching later this summer a peer-to-peer marketplace, fully integrated with the registry. And what this will enable you to do as a project developer and as a buyer is to transact peer-to-peer with one another without the need for any intermediate or escrow accounts. Now, this is going to have a few benefits. One, it's going to help project developers raise awareness and market their projects and their carbon credits and other nature-based assets. But also, it means that if you're a buyer, you know all the money you're spending on a carbon credit is going directly to the project developer and not to kind of that intermediate or third party. Now, because we have that foundational layer on the blockchain and the registry piece, it means we can provide unparalleled transparency as to where the credits came from, but also all transaction history around a credit. So using our Block Explorer, which is already live, you will be able to track the entire history of a credit from its initial creation through to its final kind of retirement. So the burning of tokens, for example. And we're already getting quite a lot of interest for this, and we're going to be piloting it, as I said, in the summer. Now, we're also building a solution to address the massive gap in climate finance, which again, we're going to be launching in later this year, hopefully. And this is a new financial instrument called microgreen bonds. And microgreen bonds give individuals and organizations an opportunity to directly fund nature-based asset projects. Now, it's similar in some way to crowdfunding, but unlike crowdfunding, there's a few additional benefits. One, they're completely transparent, so you can see who owns what, and also how many's in supply and so forth. Secondly, they're focusing on projects that need to raise between 50,000 and $2 million US, versus green bonds, which already exist, which are $10 million plus. So we're focusing predominantly on those small project developers and communities. On top of this, we're going to be able to use the DEX which are being developed by Nexus to make these fully tradable on our secondary market on our platform. So they're going to be liquid, and as a result, that's going to be quite attractive to a lot of investors. And we're already getting a ton of interest in this from both project developers and investors and organizations. And in terms of where this is at the moment, we've already done a lot of the building for it already. We're now working with one of the top law firms in the world to actually make sure that everything is compliant from a regulatory standpoint and also from a legal perspective. So when we launch this, we're doing everything by the book, and we're maximizing the opportunity for it to be a success. Now we've got COP26 later this year in Glasgow, and that's basically a forum whereby all the major players in the space, every major politician and also organization who's focusing on climate change will be attending. Fingers crossed it still goes ahead. And this, what we're doing is we're building all this stuff and launching it. That's our goal before this, so we can actually demonstrate this at COP26 and showcase to the world this technology, how it can be applied, and how it can actually fundamentally change these markets and help them scale and reach their potential. So that's our focus right now, really building these and launching these and piloting them and proving their benefit and their value, so that we can really broadcast this to the globe, to major people in the space. Now, we're going to be starting to actually roll out a ton of PR and comms now that we've built the vast majority of these services and solutions, and are happy now from a kind of build perspective as to their maturity. We're starting to now develop and going to be launching some big campaigns in the next couple of months. So if you want to follow us and see the progress we're making, follow us on Twitter or LinkedIn, or just keep visiting our website, and you're going to start seeing a lot more information around these two new services and how they're being applied. On top of this as well, we're also getting a lot of interest around how this technology can be applied to other challenges as well, whether it be to the renewable energy markets, but also to other applications around, for example, compensating farmers and so forth. So the really great thing about this is we're focused on for our initial focus on nature-based asset markets, but there's massive opportunities to apply this to so many different industries. And we're already getting people reach out to see if we can apply it to their issues as well. And just to add on top of my comments around the marketplace, we're already having people reach out to us who are interested, because they see having extra transparency of their credits is actually a market advantage to them. It's a competitive advantage. And so they're really interested to participate in a pilot, because it'll help raise awareness of their credits, but also having that additional transparency will mean that they can get a better price for their credits, because they provide that verification, that proof that no one else can provide without using blockchain and without using our services in particular. So that's BEF and kind of what we're building. I wanted to touch upon how we've implemented Nexus's tech as well. So just to give clarity, some people might be wondering, is this on the public chain? Is this kind of a private chain? Now, what we've done is we're running a private chain using the Nexus tech. And the main reason we're doing that is that we need to have control over the creation of microgreen bonds, but also of environmental assets. It's not like anyone can just come, we basically can't let anyone just come along and create a carbon credit. There needs to be a clear process, and there needs to be clear documentation behind that. So we need to have some sort of permission system to do so. So we're currently running our own private chain and are in the process of working with other organizations to broaden the number of nodes on the network and help make it more decentralized to kind of reduce that single point of failure and get that extra resilience. And how we're seeing this potentially pan out is also getting other organizations in our industry implementing our tech as well, which is going to just build out the number of external nodes from BEF, and again provide that extra security and resilience of our network. Now, what we're going to be transitioning to once it's ready is a hybrid chain, where we're going to be integrating with the public chain of Nexus as well. And this is going to be a really great feature for us because not only will it help us manage nodes on our network, but also it provides greater security and immutability of our chain by broadcasting hashes of our chain onto the public chain. And that's what we're really looking forward to once that's all released and so forth. So moving on to why we chose Nexus and the benefits we're experiencing. So using Nexus gives us a massive competitive advantage in our space. I'll cover kind of the three different kind of values it provides. But for us, we've been able to build something in 6 months with greater functionality, more advanced technology, and greater scalability than people who have been in the space for 3 years or 3+ years and have a significantly bigger team than us. Now, there's a ton of other kind of aspects of it I'll cover through in a second, but just to kind of put it into context as well, we know of another organization that are using blockchain in the carbon markets, and there's quite a few, but this one in particular is a good example. And what they're doing is they are recording, so they're doing, they're selling carbon, basically a reseller. They're selling carbon credits to end buyers, and then they're retiring them on their behalf, so offsetting, burning the carbon credits. Then what they're doing from a blockchain perspective is storing metadata around that retirement on the Ethereum chain. Now, what they're doing is going to take them around a couple of months to do, and they're going to have to hire dedicated Solidarity coders, and it's going to cost them quite a lot of money to kind of pay the salaries of those people. The funny thing is, if we wanted to do the same thing on Nexus, we could do that in a few hours, literally. It's that simple. And that's the thing that I whenever you see competitors, and there's more competitors every single day, but knowing that we're using the Nexus tech, we know we have a massive competitive advantage over everyone else. Because not only is our tech going to be more scalable and its performance is better, it's easier to use. From a regulatory standpoint, it is kind of significantly easier. And also kind of the team and the APIs available to us mean that we can build and develop stuff in an iterative way far quicker than anyone else in the market. So we are in our space, we think, probably the most agile organization because we can build and test stuff so quickly because we're using Nexus's infrastructure and tech. So building on top of this, kind of there's 3 key things that we're saying as real value to us. First is SigChain. So I'm sure everyone knows kind of the value of SigChain. I'm sure it's been covered in this conference. But for us, SigChains have been absolutely essential because they provide a few things. First, it significantly improves usability for us. We don't want our users to know they're using blockchain. They shouldn't need to know they're using blockchain. It should be super easy to use our platform. If we're going to be successful in countries such as in South America, in Asia, internationally, where potentially in some regions, technical competence may not be as high as kind of in the UK or elsewhere, it needs to be really easy to use our tech. And if you're having to rely on individuals managing their private keys, that's going to be a massive barrier to entry, which just isn't acceptable for us. And what a lot of people are doing in the space is managing the private keys on behalf of users to make it easier. But this does a few things. One, it exposes a massive vulnerability in their system. I'm sure we've all experienced it with kind of exchanges, in that if you don't own your private key, you don't own the assets. And it means if a hacker exploits your network, they can basically disrupt your entire platform, which again has a massive reputational impact. Now, because we're using SigChains, it means this is decentralized. So we're not responsible for managing keys, and it gives users complete control and custody of their assets. But the other aspect, which is really interesting, is the regulatory benefits. in the UK, which is kind of regulated from a financial perspective by the FCA, but this is going to apply to so many different industries, is that the regulators coming really hot on managing crypto assets and managing user private keys. And if you are managing user private keys, there are a lot of regulatory hurdles you need to go through. If you're using SIG chains, you don't have any of those hurdles because it's decentralized. You're not managing it. You don't have control of them. It's managed by the users in a way where they don't have to manage any of their private keys as well. So it's a win-win from a usability perspective. But from a regulatory standpoint, it's really attractive because we don't have to do any of that. And it means that we've avoided some massive regulatory hurdles from the perspective of the UK because we don't have that task to do. The other aspect, kind of, which is one of the selling points of Nexus, is the performance and scalability. Our private chain, which I know is different from the public network, but we can handle over 1,000 transactions per second, which means that we can pretty much handle any transaction volume that we're expecting on the platform. Even if the trading of microgreen bonds goes through the roof and it becomes a massive success, we know we're going to be able to handle any volume that we experience, and we're going to be able to do so with massive performance benefits and with plenty in the tank, really. Now, this is before we even started touching on the work that Colin's doing, which is around multi-threading and sharding. So it's only going to get better from here on up from a performance and scalability perspective. And the third thing, I think, which has been key to us, is the APIs and the team. So touching on the APIs first, this is obviously my opinion, but the API is provided already by the Nexus team. And huge credits to Paul for doing a lot of this work, and I know others are involved, but you can pretty much build 95% of any use case out there using this set of APIs. And because they're so well documented and they're so broad, you can build and test stuff at rapid pace. And that's something that we've really found exciting and we've really enjoyed from our experience using Nexus, is the speed to trial stuff and iterate it. And then moving on to the team perspective, we've worked obviously closely with Colin and Paul, and not only have they been super responsive to our needs, but also they want to hear feedback. They want to hear feedback, which is just music to our ears. So for the APIs perspective, they're helping to improve those APIs based on our experiences, but also if we identify opportunities that other use cases might have, they're willing to develop new APIs to support that. So they've been so responsive and great for us to provide the functionality we want to deliver. And as I said, there's such a rich set of APIs. You can really build anything you could possibly want with it already. So yeah, we've found all these different features absolutely instrumental for us. As I said, as a result of all these combined, we feel like we have a real competitive advantage. And there's no doubt that we feel so lucky to be one of the first people to develop the Nexus, to have been able to have the time with Paul and Colin, because this tech is so much more advanced than anything else on the market that it's only a matter of time before other people cotton onto this and start using this tech. And as a result, it's going to be harder and harder to get a hold of Colin, get a hold of Paul and work with these guys. So we feel really lucky to be kind of one of the early adopters and be able to kind of experience working directly with these guys and helping Nexus kind of develop their API set even further. So that's everything I wanted to run through today. Again, really appreciate the opportunity to talk today. It's been a great experience. And if you wanna follow our progress again, follow us on Twitter and on LinkedIn. And yeah, looking forward to building some great advancements in this space with Nexus. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike. That was very, very informative. Are you able to take one question from the community?
Yeah.
We have one question from Casper. He would like to know, are you collaborating with the EU government? And he mentioned the Green Deal investment, which has a focus on blockchain implementation for sustainable energy, mobility, and circular economies.
Yep. So we've had conversations with the EU, so UNEP in particular, and we aren't participating in that particular scheme, but we've got a lot of interest, but it's more the point they want to see it demonstrated in practice, and once they've seen it work, then they've said that they would kind of get on board to help grow that. But our main focus right now is getting it built and piloted. We are also talking to other organizations around, we're in early talks with kind of some big NGOs, kind of internationally based, around actually developing a new market mechanism, one that goes far beyond carbon and is almost like a blend between payment for ecosystem services and carbon into a tradable asset, which represents an entire valuation of an ecosystem rather than just of a particular species or just the carbon component, because we think that's really needed to not only drive policy decisions, so achieve long-lasting results, but also provide an asset which is truly reflective of a natural habitat rather than just looking at the carbon component. So that's one of the projects we're working on. We're also talking to some governments in South America around potential other applications of our tech, but very early days. But we've got a lot of interest in a lot of different things. It's just we've been focused very heavily right now on building the tech and making sure that's in a good place. And now that we feel comfortable about that, our focus now is to start really raising awareness and doing some PR and comms. So in the next couple of months, you should see a massive uptick in kind of us talking about what we're building, advertising it, and getting others on board and doing podcasts and so forth to really make BEF better known in the space.
Fantastic. So you're focusing on biodiversity and regeneration over carbon capture and sustainability.
So we're doing it in addition. So the carbon markets are growing massively, and there's a need to use this tech to support those markets. But we're also conscious that other mechanisms are needed as well. So that's why we're exploring that with other organizations.
Perfect. So thank you ever so much for your presentation.
No worries.
And all the lovely things that you've said about Nexus and our developers. Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys.
Okay, so next we have Gidi and Gabrielle, who are going to be speaking on the Fundacion Codigo Abierto. I hope I pronounced that right. Is that Gidi? Are you there?
Yeah, can you, I think that Gabriel is already too in the waiting room.
I can't see him yet.
I will tell him. If not, I will need to resend alone. Okay. I cannot see the voice.
Can't see him yet.
Yeah, and I can't see the, there. I don't know what's going on.
He's joining now.
Oh,
You guys.
great. He will pass the slide. So can you give him rights to share screen?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, great.
Which is ultimately changing our climate. It's melting the polar ice caps.
Hello.
Which is then having an impact on our ocean currents, which is going to have an influence on our climate as well.
Hello.
So that's one of the big issues we're facing. Make things worse, we've got another.
I cannot listen very well right now. Sorry.
Between what we do as a species and capitalism and the natural world.
Maybe.
Cierra el video, cierra la cuestión de YouTube, pues.
No sé, no lo tengo en. Ahí está. That's it. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, so if you want to share your slides, you press the button on.
Yeah, please, Gabriel.
Yes, I have it here. Sorry. I'm just looking for it. Sorry. I was preparing it on the PowerPoint presentation. All right. Sorry, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit full for this.
You could also send me the presentation. I can see.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Guille, ¿lo puedes sacar del Telegram, por favor?
Ya, se lo paso a Jules.
Sí, por favor. Sorry, Jules. I was looking for a better image on my tablet, and I don't know why I cannot get it from there. Te lo envié en PDF, hermanito.
Se lo estoy mandando en PPT nomás porque no hay tiempo.
All right.
So I will say next.
Yeah. Me too, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that file's not opening for me.
Okay, I will share it. No worries. Let me share it here, share screen. This is the presentation. Share.
Says no PPT. Right. That's right.
Perfect.
Yeah. We're fine. So you just tell me, Jules, and I am ready.
Yep, we're ready. We're live. Go ahead.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guillermo Cid. I am from Chile. I have been in Nexus for the last 2.5 years. Like first I started doing some tweets with the alias of Elmo Santorini, and almost a bit more than a year I am being an ambassador volunteer from the Nexus Embassy US. I am earth scientist. That's my background. I have a bachelor's science degree in geography and a master of science in earth science and PhD. And I am also a programmer. And I would like to talk about a new project that we have here in South America. It's called the Fundacion Código Abierto, or the Open Code Foundation. After this amazing 2 days of the conference, we can now get a bigger respect about Nexus and understand better what is the potential that it has. And I would like to present myself as a connection, a Nexus. I am not the president of the foundation. The foundation is a non-for-profit organization. We have been doing some groundwork from the last 2 years that we have had several difficult times before the pandemic because of the social explosion that we had in October 18, 2 years ago, approximately. I am being interested into environment and climate change adaptation. So, and we have a team of people that I would like to present. So we are an international organization, and we are focused on giving and transferring knowledge to the people in need. We have a cooperative approach, and we try to generate knowledge and technology to accelerate and help climate change adaptation and alleviate educational problems and inequities to prepare the future generations and to be part of our constellation. So we are focused on empowering the future generations, kids, but also we want to be with the older people too, because we need to help everyone, and we are trying to change the system because we have several troubles in, at least here in Chile and in South America, related to food scarcity, unfair prices, that hyperinflation, and many other things. So Nexus, for example, could be a great asset for us. What's our organization? The Gabriel, who will present after me, is the president. He's an anthropologist. He's also an environmentalist and a social fighter. He has been fighting for the last 20 years for our country, sea, for the different kind of environmental troubles that we are having with mining, with forestry, and many other things. I am the VP, but and founder, but I am also possibly in the future the Nexus Latam Embassy Director. We have another founder that is Ignacio, is our attorney. We are focused on science. Christopher Fitzpatrick is the science director. The directors are working on a volunteer basis. They are dedicated in different places of the world. Right now, Christopher is in France. He's working in COVID treatment, and he's also have worked in the past in cancer. We have Jorge Botay, who is a technology and public relations director. He is someone that works in the UN. We have the amazing help of our beloved friends and my colleagues from the embassy in US, Jeremy Watson, or Common Sense Crypto, and Mr. Anderson, that is our advisor and a very nice person. We have also a territory director, Kate Solvel, and Rodrigo Romero in the ethnography director, and we have this funny, loving guy. This Alvaro Gomez. He's helping us in food security and food automation using agronomics. And we also have a branch of coding. That is Carlos Robles is the main coder. I am also a coder. And we are having some people that is willing to help us on a volunteer basis too, because as I said in the beginning, we're focused only on doing this for the wellness and the good of our country, our continent, and finally the whole world, and in the future the galaxy. We have our amazing Andrea Coutinho, who is our office assistant, but she is also a microbiologist, so she will help us in the future. And we have also the therapeutic sector that we are trying to improve in biomechanical adaptation to kind of problems with lack of mobility, for example, arthritis and arthrosis. We have several areas of attention, and these are science, research, experimentation, and application. We have a lab. We have biological and agricultural prototypes. We also are immersing us in cybernetics and robotics. And one of the things that we are doing right now is urban regeneration using food security, using a green roof initiative to create food in urban areas and help into increasing quality of life, quality of food, and creating a kind of local economic market, but it's based on peer-to-peer access. So the things that today were showed about the app, the mobile wallet, are very, very important for us, because we will be able to generate many more products easily. And we also focus on water generation because, and this maybe sounds weird, but in Chile is the only country in the world that water is not of the country and is private. So is very, very unique and awful way of showing what can increase of capitalism can do. So we are trying to change all that things. And what I want to share, and to finish my part of presentation, is that we are trying to change the way of the system, how the system works, because we think that the system is sick and the system is looking for a new way of organization, a new way based on equality, based on communities, based on creation of networks between all the people. And having all the people together, we can create a better society. And finally, we can, and this is just a term that we were talking today, we can change and update the society firmware, like if we had a hardware in our brain. But that's our main issues that we're trying to address with the foundation and the Latin embassy. So I would like to give the speaking time to Gabriel, who will explain many other things. I am really grateful for being closing this conference, and yes, peace.
Thanks, brother and partner. Hello to everyone. I want to say thanks to this wonderful community to give us this space for showing to all of you this initiative. You know, my name is Gabriel. As Guille said, I'm an anthropologist, and I have been working on many projects all of these years, trying to fight against these monopolies and centralization that the world became the last time. Our main core or main objective as the philosophy of the open code, from the open source philosophy also, is the human liberation. We want to apply technology and coding and science to enforce and to deliver solutions in our context, you know, and our contexts are all the context in the world. We are several communities living together, you know, separated by a stuff that is not chosen by us, you know. We are determined. So we are also determined as a foundation. We are in the country of Chile. We are in South America, at the end of the continent. Our country is a minery, lithium, forests and fish industry rich country, but we are full of poverty. We are full of lack, full of corruption, you know. But we are also a stable country, and we have many ways to improve our situation right now. That's why we are fighting with along to many people around. In this foundation, we cross path with these people. We are collaborating since several years in different initiatives. We are reuniting that initiatives in the Código Abierto Foundation, the Spanish for Open Code Foundation, for the English Open Code Foundation. And as Gidi says in their introduction, in our introduction, foundation came from need to apply from a group of people, need to apply this knowledge to the to our real context, to our daily context. You know, as the beginning, the knowledge about computation, informatics, and all of this development from the past 10 years was orientated to develop new ways to see the economy, new ways to see society. And we have the emergency of these new kinds of social movements around the world, this new value fighting again in topics that we believe that it was over, you know, after the Second World War, after the Iron Curtain. We're fighting for freedom. And the Nexus philosophy and all of this open code knowledge is oriented to get freedom. And the blockchains and or Nexus as a community develop state of art in the way that in this community there are some innovations that first and all, as Colin says, as everybody here that said the last 2 days, you know, of really deep knowledge, really deep point of view, really deep technologies. We are in the quest for social justice, you know, in the way that knowledge and technology and principally science can do. So in this group named Fundación Código Abierto, we are looking for programs and for initiatives that can help little groups of people at the beginning, because we were doing this for the last 20 years with little groups. The little groups are better organized, you know, in some cases. But in our foundation, we made these programs, and these programs are connected to these projects that Gidi was speaking about. So we want to apply these open source solutions, the blockchain research, decentralized autonomous organization as DAO exploration. We want to apply this to the living stuff, to the living people, to the living communities. We want to apply the mathematical existence of all of this knowledgement, all of these developments, you know, in the digital or in the mathematical realms. We want to apply it into society. We want to transform, or maybe make a different way to do in a blockchain use case. We want to apply the blockchains in the social realms, in social communities. And we are working, as Gidi said, please next, thank you. And we want, and we are collaborating with communities. We establish and execute this cross-functional curriculum and experiments encompassing key areas of science, technology, and open source core competences, fortifying the future for all communities, targeting the following proficiencies. We want to make, and we are building yet, we are designing right now, and we are trying to look for how founding this. We are designing and building seminars for communities in these private and public entities. We are designing and we are starting and researching, agricultural and food resilience concepts. We are also developing some mathematical methodologies, because we need to use this, you know, kind of knowledgement and apply it to society, and we need to make some markers, you know, because we need to do some analysis also. This is new for society. So we want to use all of these, I don't know how to say, you know, it's so beautiful. So we want to make some video and streaming educational programs. We want to work with the schools for minors, you know, and open some schools with free programs for other children in other communities, because we are going to work, and we are working in 3 different use cases right now, trying to apply this social blockchain development that we are trying to do, because we are opening this foundation on the Nexus ecosystem, because the Nexus ecosystems is one of the most important, or maybe the only one, who is working to fight against centralization, and to use this knowledgement and apply it into society to get this decentralization, not just as a theory, you know, using that knowledgement and applying that knowledgement in this this present world. So we are working with the 3 different group of people. We are working with the school. We are building these programs of code, of science and tech, you know, because we are going to support this first project that we are seeing right now, FCA and CityApp. CityApp is an renewed enterprise here in Chile. They made some green roofs. We are going to collaborate and make some, we're going to develop some tech to apply the blockchain to manage these green roofs, you know, and we are going to involve, and we are going to work with the communities that City Apps is working right now. We are worried about the food sovereignty, you know, the food security also, you know, and we are passing through a pandemic. We are passing through these social movements around the world, and where the countries are paralyzed, you know, by these 2 ways. And the government and the power groups are pushing, are trying to control, you know. There's not so much food. There's not so much freedom to move around the world right now. So the people is not leaving the community. We are locked down in our houses, you know. Our children are locked down in our houses in the most of the countries, you know. So we want to use this knowledgement to build these green roofs or these food plantations, and apply the blockchain management, and use this management to build these communities in the mathematical realms. And we want to use these blockchains to manage the food supply, and also the food management as in the agricultural way, because we are going to use some technology to censor it, all of these plantations, and to have this monitoring from the blockchain itself. You know, we are going to establish these traceability systems to also connect these communities to other communities, and other producers, food producers who are on the country right now, and with all of this pandemic, they are disconnected. So with DApp, we are researching and engineering and implement decentralized applications, that's DApps, prototypes with community food supply chains to determine viability, efficacy, and ultimately inclusion into long-term environmental strategies. So we are going to do this in this school in the city of Valparaiso, in the coast of Chile. A school built for different capacity children. The half of the children there are children with special abilities. And we are going to build this project, and we are going to build this code academy. And our foundation, as a piece of Nexus, is going to try to provide, not just with the funds coming from Nexus. We want to grow up and make us sustainable, and we are going to fund these programs to understand how tech, code, and science work in these green roof plantations. We have the school where we are working on that. We are going to try to make a model of work. We are going to try to involve all the communities surrounding this school. And we are going to see what happens. That's why our foundation is composed by so different professionals and so different explorers. Because everybody in this foundation is looking for search and help people. And we all found this way to use blockchains. How we are going to use a blockchain? We can make this DApp and decentralize the control of the distribution of these green roof plantations. We can take, and DApp has this project. We can take these several buildings on this village and connect them and connect between them. We can connect also the inhabitants inside the buildings, because the green roofs belongs to every community in all of these buildings. So that kids, the kids of these people who lives on these buildings, also are going to receive, some classes or this program, educational program, because we don't believe in frontiers, and everybody needs to know how the future is working. And everybody needs to know also how the future is working with the Nexus philosophy and the open source philosophy. So our last project is the Atacama Space Mars Station. The Nexus ecosystem always was looking to the space, was looking to the high realms, I believe, where there's no ego, or there's no necessity to not share, to not share stuff. And we want to use all of these programs with this urgency. And the urgency for us right now in these third world countries, as we are called, we need to fight against the climate changing and the global warming. And we know that this is a difficult issue, that has many point of views. But here we have no many points of view in some communities who has no water, for example. We are talking about the Atacama Space Project in this area, because the Atacama Space Project starts as a project to build landing facilities and for integrate to startups or emerging enterprise who are going to apply and who are going to need the Mars context, and who are going to need the terraforming and the strained zone irrigation and agricultural innovations. All of this is going to be building on the decentralized and solidarity paradigm. So this way to operate with these three projects, at least, we are working in one more in this moment, but it's so early. We are working in all of this past 1 year in all of this research and design and and at the beginning of the execution of several cannabis-related projects that are in full operation. We have these permissions here, and we have these other friends who are going to work, we hope, with the foundation, collaborated with these educational programs that we are going to record and distribute for free on this school, because we are going to also make these streamings with the students, not about the cannabis, of course, but about the tech and the biotech and the researching that we are making. So to finish these initiatives, we are working also since month in this geospatial solution for coastal administration, because we have these legal systems a little bit weird. As Guille said, the water is private, it's not public. You can take it just for you. And we are making since this year with a group of developers this visor, this tool to see what is going on in geospatial dimension. That's in the existing initiatives.
Thank you.
So to finish, we are presenting this as a rookies on this on this kind of developments. This is so big for us. That's why we want to learn, and we want to be a part of this dream. Decentralization and freedom are a dream. Thank you to all.
Are there any questions, or maybe are?
I'm just going to check.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like we have any questions.
Yeah, I saw some commentaries about the water. That is crazy, but yes, we don't have a water. The drinkable water is not is not of our. We don't have water. The water is owned by some private people and private companies, and that is kind of crazy when you go to a level that crazy of capitalism. When you tokenize it, that's really crazy. So yeah, that was true, and we are trying to change it with the constitution. So that was.
We are fighting for that.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, we've had some discussions on Slack, as you know, the last week. Some people are of the opinion that we're not in a position at the moment to expand into Latin America. However, I think we've come to the decision collectively that we're going to hold a vote at the end of next week on chain. So everyone can express their opinions and views through an online vote. So is there anything else you would like to add to the presentation?
No, thank you.
Yeah, we're fine. So
thank you, Jules.
Okay.
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you so much
you.
for taking time out to present today.
Bye, everyone. Thank you to all. Gracias.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Gabriel. Bye.
The ghost from the background.
We'd like to thank everyone for everyone who helped on the chat, moderating and fielding questions, and to all the speakers that have joined us over the last 2 days.
Thank you very much, everybody. This was a really amazing event full of amazing people. We appreciate everybody that has taken the time to speak and we're definitely going to be doing more of these. This is a really good model for kind of a low budget, content oriented conference. So we're thinking of doing these bi-yearly at least. So expect another one coming in fall time. And then we have some other events that we're working on planning this year. So we will announce that when the time is right. So again, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.